Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. We're starting our first planning board meeting of the new year. Our first item this morning is record plats, and we have three for approval this morning. The first one is subdivision plat number 2026-0040 Glen Hill, Section 3. The second one is subdivision plat number 2026-0120 Somerset Heights. And the third is subdivision plat number 2026-0130 West Chevy Chase Heights, where staff is recommending approval of all three. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the record plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next, do we need to take a, well, you're going to take a 30-second break and start with our next item, item number 7. Welcome back. We're on item number 7, briefing for a framework for equitable redeveloping commercial strip malls, where staff is presenting a briefing. We have Carrie McCarthy who will lead us off, and we have a consultant here to follow. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Carrie McCarthy, and I'm the Division Chief for Research and Strategic Projects. I'm pleased to introduce what's actually not a consultant for the Commission, but staff from the National Center for Smart Growth and the Purple Line Corridor Coalition. This is Sheila Somashaker, Director of the Purple Line Corridor Coalition. Nick Finios, Associate Director of the National Center for Smart Growth, Research and Education at the University of Maryland, is joining us on Teams. And then behind us in the audience is Kate Howell, Director of the National Center for Smart Growth. I invited them here today to talk about the work of the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, and particularly the report they released last year on the redevelopment of commercial strip malls along the corridor. I had the fortune of participating in an advisory committee and was impressed by the site analysis and the framework they've developed for thinking about the challenges of redevelopment and preserving small businesses. The report considers the redevelopment potential for different sites and segments the properties into different categories with different recommended solutions for each. I thought the findings from the study were good information for our work on retail redevelopment, both plans abutting the Purple Line Corridor elsewhere in the county, and then we have this ongoing retail market study. In addition, the National Center for Smart Growth has been a longtime collaborator of the department, and I want to help amplify their outstanding work. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sheila.
There we go. Can you all hear me? Thank you so much, Carrie, for the introduction. For the record, I am Sheila Somashaker. I'm director of the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, again, based at the National Center for Smart Growth at the University of Maryland. Thank you so much to Chair Harris and to the full board for inviting us here to present today. We have a longstanding relationship with Montgomery Planning and have worked with various staff in different ways. But this is our first time presenting to the planning board. And I hope this is an opportunity for us to sort of build a relationship with you as well. A lot of the work that we do really relies on having relationships with folks in decision-making power who can also kind of carry the vision forward. So I'm happy to first share with you what you already know, which is that the Purple Line is coming. The Purple Line is, I always find this visual a good place to start. Just a reminder of where we are. We're very close to a completed Purple Line. Construction should be complete actually later this year, and we'll have an operational line hopefully by the end of 2027, and it's going to create this new connectivity. And you all are very familiar with the benefits of having both the transit and the new investment that this new infrastructure is going to catalyze. What we know is that the Purple Line cuts through areas that are some areas that have already seen waves of investment and growth, and also other areas that are for the first time seeing a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure project cut through their communities. And so when you think about the impacts of the Purple Line on the people and the businesses that are, within walking distance of the line, the impacts are complex. And so the Purple Line Corridor Coalition exists to really think about what's at stake with and what would a successful Purple Line look like. What we know is that we have legacy businesses that are sort of anchors, cultural and economic anchors in their communities, and that are facing challenges right now, but are, the long-term potential here is that they can be benefiting from a new market of transit riders and experiencing that growth. We have a lot of, garden-style apartments and unsubsidized affordable housing that is at risk as we think about the Purple Line and the impacts on real estate values. And so, and we have some of, I think, the best food and communities in the greater DC area, kind of tucked into these strip malls along the 16-mile alignment. And so our work is really thinking about that big picture of how do we harness the benefits of the Purple Line, the new connectivity, the growth and the development that it could catalyze, while also saying no to displacement and really thinking about how communities that are the fabric of the corridor now can benefit from the line in the future. And we do this by building collective will. We have been around, the Purple Line Corridor Coalition has been around since roughly 2014 with our administrative home at the National Center for Smart Growth. We are an extremely streamlined central operation. I'm the only full-time staff member. Of course, work with my colleagues at the National Center for Smart Growth. We are able to anchor a broad collaboration with research capacity, student capacity, and such. But really, we do rely on a network of partners both at the community level. We have community-based organizations, churches, small business leaders, as well as public agencies, elected officials, developers. They're all part of this effort to really, again, manifest the best vision for the Purple Line corridor. The 2017, the Community Development Agreement for the Purple Line corridor was released, and some of you might remember that moment where the two counties, President of the University of Maryland, and lots of nonprofits and folks signed on to this vision that this idea that the Purple Line is not just a transit project, but it is actually an investment in community development along the track, along the Purple Line route. And so that has catalyzed the Purple Line Corridor Coalition's kind of mobilization effort. We mobilize in different ways. You can see here, and I'm happy to follow up with reports and materials that might give you a better picture of both the the history and kind of the future plans for the coalition, but we have a housing action plan that guides the work of stakeholders across the region around a vision of no net loss of homes affordable to households earning below $72,000 a year. We have a small business support action plan, similarly geared towards 6 commercial districts where we think the displacement risks are greatest. And those were collectively created plans that brought not just the data from the National Center for Smart Growth, but also sort of the wisdom and knowledge of our networks around what needs to happen in order to achieve success. And we also do a lot of sort of on-the-ground collaboration. So I have an image here of a community-led walk that we organized last year where we brought together community members who are often not part of planning processes. We work with community-based organizations such as CHEER and the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority to actually engage community members, largely Spanish-speaking, in bringing decision makers, including planning departments, but also the transportation engineers and elected officials who have oversight over our infrastructure to kind of walk them through the neighborhood and share their perspective on what's needed. And we organize convenings and meetings of different sorts and would love to sort of engage you all on that if you are of interest. We have 4 broad goal areas, again, housing, small business, workforce, and vibrant communities. And there's a lot that we've achieved over the last several years of work. We provide concrete development technical assistance. We have a consultant who actually supports kind of early stage development projects where there is the promise of affordable housing to become more feasible and to kind of package the financing to get to affordability, deeper affordability, and greater feasibility. We have invested a lot of energy in place-based management and Main Street's capacity in these 6 commercial districts, and really trying to think about how those communities can be resilient kind of in the long term, and having a small business-centered kind of vision for their communities. And again, sort of some newer work, really thinking about pedestrian safety and infrastructure, and how we can bring more community voices into that process. Again, happy to share more about the coalition's work over time, but I think we're really here to talk about the strip mall project that we embarked on. So I wanted to just start here really quickly with our racial equity vision, which we put together in 2021, because this roots the project in sort of its purpose. In short, racial equity along the Purple Line will be achieved when current residents of low and middle income Black, Latinx, and immigrant neighborhoods along the Purple Line are as likely as residents of predominantly white, historically well-resourced neighborhoods to participate in and benefit from increased investment before and after the Purple Line launches. Our, what we call the EMA report, Equitable Mixed Use Redevelopment Report, emerged from sort of something that any of us who spend time along the corridor know, which is that the Purple Line is cutting through car-centric suburbs that were not designed for the kind of for transit, for walkability. They were designed for cars, and we have a lot of single-story aging strip malls along the corridor that really present a lot of potential for density and for manifesting a lot of the visions that kind of I described before, that we could see more affordable housing, on these surface parking lots. We could create, be intentional about creating space for small businesses long into the future, while also creating new density near transit and creating and supporting and enhancing what's already there in these communities. And so that's where it was rooted. It was funded through a Federal Transit Administration grant that was also supported through MTA and Montgomery Planning was part of that as well. And so the vision for that is, again, support equitable redevelopment. We want to encourage, we want to lean into what we think is going to happen anyway, whether you're talking about in the next 2 years or the next 20 years. We want to sort of have a proactive vision that brings sort of an equity vision to what that redevelopment might look like, and creates some mechanisms for communities to also participate in that change. as we put the report together, we realized we actually need a working definition of equitable TOD. I won't read this whole thing right now, but in short, we want, as we think about redevelopment of these sites, for us, we think that means supporting, strengthening, and growing neighborhoods around Purple Line stations in a way that benefits people and the environment. So the actual report, which we put together over the course of a year and a half or so, includes some case making, sort of explaining why this project is needed. Importantly, I just want to name that we see real opportunity for centering small businesses in the change that's happening, and I think a lot of there is a role for planning in setting that vision and that intention. I think some of that is already happening. I really just want to shout out the team working on the Eastern Silver Spring Communities plan. They're doing a lot of work and trying to engage the businesses and get it right around that vision. But I think there's a lot we could continue doing on that front. Bigger picture. There's a piece on data methods and site categorization. We actually looked at a kind of parcel by parcel analysis of the strip malls along the entire corridor in both counties, and Nick Finio is going to go through that in a moment. And then from there, based on that categorization, we came up with some recommendations for how we can be actually mobilizing around equitable redevelopment of these sites. What's not included in the report that you received prior to today's meeting is the best practices research piece, station area profiles, and the actual list of parcels, which we decided to sort of keep close just to not inadvertently cause speculation. And so we do have that, and it's a tool for us to be using. What I would say before Nick takes over and kind of talks the data work is that, again, this is not, we don't have a lot of specific policy prescriptions in this report. It's really, the data kind of sets the stage for some goals that we want to pursue in the bigger picture and a starting point. But, again, I hope this conversation is an invitation to work with us, to really think about what those solutions are, because this is some of the toughest work we're taking on, is really thinking about privately owned commercial properties and how we can actually influence what happens on those sites. So from there, I'm going to hand it off to Nick.
Thanks, Sheila, and good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Sheila, can you give me a thumbs up? I can see you. Okay, great. Well, for the record, I'm Nick Finio. I'm the Associate Director of the National Center for Smart Growth, and thanks, Sheila, for giving all of that background. I'm going to get a little bit more into the technical detail behind the analysis. You can see all of the full details in the report, but I'll cover a good bit of it. So as Sheila mentioned, the Purple Line corridor was really built out in some cases as early as the 1910s and 1920s. Most of the development happened between the 30s and the 60s, or the 30s and the 70s, and that paradigm of development in the suburbs of Washington is car oriented. So our commercial areas have a lot of strip malls, but there is some older development, which I want to talk about that distinction a little bit. So when we were thinking about this report, we were thinking about where are the development opportunities in the Purple Line corridor, right? There's very little, if any, vacant land that's privately owned. What little is left, has been developed in recent years. There's institutional land which might have potential, but really the real big potential is on commercial properties that are single use and have large parking lots or are in high demand areas. So we decided to define a strip mall as you see here. It's a commercial establishment with anywhere from 1 to 3 above ground stories with significant surface parking, or just 1 to 2 above ground stories without a significant surface parking component. And here I have pictures of Langley Park on the right and downtown Silver Spring along Georgia Avenue on the left to give you a kind of idea of what the 2 different commercial strips that we're looking at sort of look like in this analysis. And I'm going to have to ask somebody to go to the next slide because I can't control it. So, and please feel free to stop me at any point during this, because this is a lot of technical detail if you have a question, but we will have time for questions at the end. So to start this process, we took a half-mile buffer around the Purple Line tracks, so not just the station areas, but the whole caterpillar, if you will, running from Bethesda over to New Carrollton and all of the parcels of land that are in that area. We removed everything that was, clearly not relevant to this analysis, like single-family housing or multifamily housing that doesn't have any retail component, government-owned land, parks, institutions like hospitals or schools, et cetera. And then using Google Street View coupled with local knowledge, many of us live and work in the corridor, we identified all the 1 to 3 story strip malls with the large parking lots and also those 1 to 2 story commercial strips without parking lot areas. And once we had all of those parcels of land identified, we did some work in GIS to identify the adjacent parcels that shared ownership, right? In many cases, as you all know, land is divided up into parcels of varying sizes, but one owner might own a bunch of that land, particularly in commercial areas. So that actually cuts down the number of parcels significantly, and then you end up with what we call sites for short, as those adjacent parcels that have the same owners and are this type of commercial zoning. I do also want to note that we didn't choose to include some land that's zoned light industrial, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, because the sort of use as distinguished between those little strip malls and there's also similar ones that are on industrial land in Montgomery County, so we wanted to include those as well. Next slide. So here's what this looks like on a map, and we'll start at the one on the left, which is a heat map showing the count of these sites as identified, and the color going from sort of the cooler color to the hot yellow shows you where those sites are in terms of density. And you can see that Bethesda and Silver Spring, and also to some extent the Littonsville area, light up on that map in Montgomery County. But that map, while useful, is a little bit misleading in one way because it's just showing you the number of sites. It's not actually talking about the amount of land that's connected to those sites. So we did an acreage adjusted heat map, which you can see on the right, and you can see there that those areas cool down a little bit, particularly Bethesda, where there's a fair number of sites, but they're very constrained in terms of the amount of land. And the places that light up in terms of acreage are actually over in Prince George's County for the most part, where we have more of that large surface parking lot component, particularly in Langley Park, and on the Annapolis Road corridor in the New Carrollton area, where there's a lot of large parking lots. So next slide. So once we had these sites identified, we wanted to think about, well, these places, they're in the Purple Line corridor, they're inside the Beltway, they're in Montgomery County, right? They're all, development. There's development potential on all of them in the short to long run, right? But how do we think about how likely that development might be? Of course, development depends on the individual, choices and actions of landowners and developers as they sell and buy and plan for the future. But we can look at some indicators to sort of give us a picture of, well, based on the history of development elsewhere in the county and elsewhere, what can we expect to where can we reasonably expect to see development soon? Of course, we can't, predict that because we can't predict the actions of individuals, but we can paint the picture a little bit. So we created this redevelopment potential score, which is based on a literature review and some of our experience doing this work elsewhere with a consultant that helped us with this project. And we looked at these factors. So the age of the building. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to try to let you get to a stopping place, but I wanted to ask. So I'm looking at are we assuming sort of a mixed or primarily commercial or primarily residential across this development? And then if this is on the next slide, just let me know it's on the next slide. Talk about that. But
we are assuming a mix.
A mix, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, great, thank you.
So, yep, no problem. So on the factors here, age of building, of course, in our inner suburban areas, the older the structure is, likely the more in need of repair and upgrade it is for modern use. So older buildings are more likely to be redeveloped. The size of the lot is, of course, a huge, indicator. Developers can do more with larger pieces of land, simply. The next factor, the improvement value relative to the land value. Here, if there's a very low improvement value relative to the land value, that indicates that it's potentially worth it for a developer to come in, make a large investment, and recoup that high land cost through higher rents. And in the inverse situation, if the improved value is very high, that means there's a relatively expensive structure sitting on relatively cheap land, which indicates that might not be the best place for investment. And that indicator, would, in a place like Bethesda or Silver Spring with a single-story strip mall, you would have a very low improvement value relative to the land value, and the opposite might be true in Langley Park. So that's an important one. Then, of course, the distance to the purple line, simple logic there, being the parcels that are closer to the station are going to see more foot traffic, be more desirable to both potential commercial and residential use in terms of marketing and access to the train. Then we had some variables from CoStar, both the percent leased in the site and also the rent per square foot. That data is imperfect, especially in like the older strip malls that are smaller. And generally, as you all probably know from your work, we have very low retail vacancy throughout the Down County area, especially in the Purple Line. And those rents actually don't vary too much, but those are indicators. If there's a very low percent leased in a structure, that could be a landlord choosing to not lease up, potentially working towards a sale in the future. So the score is a weighted average of those 6 attributes. Next slide, please. So we took the score, which we have for all of those sites, and we sort of categorized into 3 different groups here, which you can, I won't read these out to you, but the highest potential for redevelopment is on that first category, redevelopment. And the middle category is re-envision, where we expect that these parcels do have potential, but the market might not be there yet. And last is retool. And these places may face significant barriers, mostly because usually they're very small parcels, and it seems like they aren't the greatest opportunity, or they also have issues with the land value relative to the improved value, or the structures are new. And it's sort of, imagine like a pyramid here. I don't have a graphic, but the smallest number of sites is at the redevelop, and then there's a little bit more in re-envision, and then the majority of the sites are in the retool category, which we can look at on maps in the next several slides. If you want to go to the next one. Well, first, actually, I have it as a table that illustrates the pyramid a little bit, and we can refer back to this, but it's also, I think, going to be a little bit easier to digest in the maps. But just to say on the table here that we have 12 redevelop, and we have 79 in re-envision, and then much more, 584 in the retool area. And we can refer back to this if you guys have specific questions, but I think the map is a good overview on the next slide. So this one are the highest potential. So based on those 6 factors that I described in the Purple Line corridor, these were the places that scored. There's sort of this cutoff in the data of these very high potential places, and also all of these sites I think are about 2 acres or more, which of course those sites that large are rare in the Purple Line corridor, right? Even if they do have things on them. So as you can see in this map, there's 4 sites near the Littonsville station, and there's 2 in Long Branch, right near the intersection of Flower Avenue and Piney Branch Road. And that connects back to what I said earlier. In Littonsville, some of those sites are actually zoned light industrial, but they do have sort of commercial facing uses on some of those parcels. I don't have the parcel level detail here, but that is data we have in Excel, and we can show you the maps of those specifically if there's more questions. But just to highlight that when you isolate all these factors, we have older buildings, we have larger lots, we're not utilizing the space on the lot in terms of the improvement value. These are the sites that emerge. And there's also, similarly, there's a bunch in Prince George's County, but I'll stress those are sort of places that have bigger surface parking lots relative to the ones in Montgomery County. And then we can look at the re-envision, and here it starts to get a little bit more scattershot. These are also ones that had relatively high scores, not as high as the first category. And these are also larger parcels, I think 1 acre or more, or something in that range. But they start to get a little bit more geographically spread out. In every sort of commercially zoned area, there's going to be a couple of these. There's not really a clear pattern. And then the final map, Sheila, which has 580 sites, you can really see that this is where, this is just where sort of the rest comes in, right? There's a lot of these small sites in Bethesda and Silver Spring on, Wisconsin Avenue or on Georgia Avenue. We have these small retail strips, and those are where we will potentially see, in the long run, it might make sense to redevelop some of those, but they're much more constrained in terms of size and value and other factors. So those are the maps. In sum, there's 600 acres of this land that's spread across 675 sites. So you can really see, based on those two numbers, why those big sites stand out. Those 12 that are the highest potential, that's a big chunk of the land, right? So there's a lot of sites with small acreage. Then we have 91 between the top two categories, sites most ripe for intervention. So I think the next slide is just a pause to ask about any questions or clarifications on the data or the methods. Happy to take those.
Can I ask a quick question on the methodology here?
Yep.
When we weighted, and I mean, didn't get no detailed read, and I don't want to go too far down into the statistics of it all, but what are we weighting most heavily with that? I assume it's not an even weight across the 6 factors because it looks like it leans heavily towards size and proximity. Is it
We
weighted?
actually, yeah, that's a great question. We went back and forth a lot. Professor Garrett Knapp and I and our students and our consultant, Bobby Boone, who I think some of you know, and we couldn't come up with a good rationale for how to weight it, or at least one that was defensible. So it's actually an even weight.
It's an even across the 6 factors.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. That. So would okay, let me know if this is too detailed, but the weight of the larger scale of the rate of the ratio of the size of it, but a larger size plot is going to weight higher than a small, like a 2 acre would be weighted slightly more than a 1 within this factor. So that is scaled within the weight of that factor, and then it's weighted evenly across.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm interested in the methodology specifically, but I think, and I wanted to ask just one more question about this, is the variable. What was the rationale and the decision for the cutoff between the redevelopment and the re-envision piece in particular? Not that I think it's, there's any issues with the methodology, but I wonder if on those particular parcels, if we're running up against the difference between larger scale variables and then individual site-specific impacts of the influences on, those edge cases where do we have 6 large-scale factors and then we have site-specific issues, and I'm wondering, how did you decide to make those cutoffs in between the 3 areas? Was there a natural break, I guess?
Yeah, there was some fuzziness involved in that decision, and what are the actual distinctions between the bottom, the lowest ranked of the top, and the highest ranked of the next category. There had to be a point where we cut it off, and I think in the report it has the detail, but there was sort of a natural break that appeared at like a 60. I think the score, there was like a bunch that had a score above 0.6. Those were the top 12, and then the rest sort of fell below 0.6. So we picked those top 12 because they stood out. And then there's a chunk in the middle, and then there actually were a ton that had a low score. So there wasn't a sort of natural break choice, but I would stress that in those top 2 categories, the distinctions aren't like ironclad that these are the 12 where something's going to happen, and these 79 are maybe. Yeah. I think both categories are sort of, these are places worth paying attention to. Because of the reasons we identified.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Thank you.
I have a question as well. You mentioned that when you wanted to categorize and you look for different sites, you excluded the government owned buildings and lands, schools, institutions, and parks. I'm wondering that, did you look at the possibility of the redevelopment of the government buildings or institutions? If there is a church that is thinking, because we have some that they come in front of us and they do some mixed use of their, they add some housing in their land if they have a space, and also government buildings, if they redevelop. The idea of co-location is extremely important. Is there a possibility of co-locations of the government building that would allow and is easier for affordable housing in that case? So did you look at those? That's my question.
Thank you for the question. So it was not part of our scope in this project to look at, I'll just blanket call that institutional use, whether it's a public institution or a private institution. We're really focused on the commercial corridors, and part of the rationale there is connected to the PLCC's goal to support small businesses, because almost all of these sites identified have existing, private, whether they're restaurants or dry cleaners or, whatever it may be. We wanted to focus on the potential of displacement of those businesses, but also the potential for redevelopment. So that said, I totally agree with you. There are a lot of opportunities in the Purple Line corridor for redevelopment on both public and private institutional use. In the past at PLCC, we have identified those public lands. I know planning has done work on this, and I know we've seen a lot of redevelopment of churches in the corridor, including near where I live in Silver Spring. So that is something that we would love to investigate further in another project and work with you all on.
Yeah, I understand, but I thought that that would, in your goal, you have affordable housing. So that would be a very good place for affordable housing. That
Agreed.
not just the small businesses. You had a goal of affordable housing too.
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to reiterate the point, though, that this particular analysis is one piece of our agenda, and there's a lot of other material that we could refer back to and explore further. But affordable housing, there's a lot of work we have done and are continuing to do to really think broadly about how to get more affordable housing along the corridor. And so, although this presentation today is focused on this one report, this is 100% part of our agenda. The other thing I wanted to offer is that Nick presented a methodology for what's actually a really messy, process of predicting redevelopment. And so in some ways, kind of these cutoffs that we selected were meant to guide us as well in targeting our capacity. And 12 seemed like a reasonable number of sites to then begin the conversation and to find out what is actually happening on these sites, what is the potential here. And we're actually going through kind of those, this will be part of the next part of the presentation, but really going through those sites and as well as the ones in the second category to think to get a better lay of the land for what's likely to happen. A lot of these sites are family owned, and market logic doesn't always apply, right?
Yeah, thanks for adding that nuance, Sheila. Definitely important that we wanted to have a reasonable bite at the apple here, so to speak, in terms of our capacity. And yeah, it's important.
Could I ask one quick follow-up question just on the related to methodology, I guess? And if you're about to cover this, please let me know at the beginning part of this question, because it may lead into some what you're about to talk about. But I think Commissioner Hedrick alluded to pieces of this. I'm wondering if there was any consideration of kind of site-specific constraints or enablers, even within the kind of more high potential category. And I mean, and those constraints or enablers could be anything, obviously, from like geographic, topography, or kind of the shape of the parcel, its sort of relationship to other properties around it, or the street, or there's a lot of different factors, obviously, there. But I'm wondering if that came into play at some point in the evaluation of at least this higher category of 12 sites.
Yeah, thanks for the question. That was something that we had talked about in the beginning. Are we actually going to do like a site analysis for potential for development in depth in any of these places? And we ended up not really being scoped to do that. So that's sort of like the next phase. But I think what you're pointing out is really important, and that gets back to the questions of industrial zoning that I was mentioning. Like, is that even a factor that can change? There's definitely floodplain and topography challenges at a few of these strip malls. The floodplain's not really an issue on the Montgomery County sites, but it definitely is in Prince George's. And topography is an issue in Montgomery County on a few of them. So that's something to look at as we do what Sheila was suggesting that we're going to do, which is work with these property owners if they are, thinking about next steps for change, is how to deal with those site constraints.
Yep, that makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, yep, you can go to the next part now. Thank you.
Okay, so as we know, redevelopment requires a lot of players, and so the next piece of this is really thinking about what do we do. We have this analysis, we have this categorization. we have this intention set. What can we actually do to influence what's happening on these sites? And, we are fortunate that we've had many years of building a coalition that includes many of the folks that need to be involved in influencing redevelopment broadly, including on strip mall sites. And so this next piece of the presentation is about how we think about bringing all of those folks in to influence these sites. So what we did was, with each of the categories, we came up with what might be the best strategies that are kind of within our capacity, but also a broader menu of things we could be doing with greater capacity. So what I'm offering here is for the first 12 sites, the redeveloped sites, what we said was, these are the sites where we really want to be thinking about immediate action to understand what's happening on these sites now. A lot of these sites, for those of us who know the corridor, are ones that we already know there are conversations happening about redevelopment. Let's find out what's happening. Let's talk to the local players and actually try to make sure that they're thinking about things like affordable housing and small business preservation in the development vision. Engaging property owners, again, through our network, we work with, not just our own capacity, but we work with groups like MHP that are doing great work in neighborhoods like Long Branch and have a lot of those relationships, so leaning on our network and their relationships as well. Small business technical assistance and advocacy, we have groups like Latino Economic Development Center that have been doing outreach to businesses along the corridor for a very long time. Can we build some greater muscle in really thinking about the redevelopment dimension of this? And I will say, not so much in Montgomery County, but there have been some cases that have come up recently where in College Park, for example, where businesses are very suddenly notified of redevelopment and have to very quickly change, be evicted essentially and come up with new plans for their business. And the technical assistance is meant to kind of help with some of that, and also some of the long-term lease planning and such. And then, of course, developer outreach, which serves the short-term and the long-term of kind of building out a network of folks who can catch these pieces as they fall. So the report itself includes a full menu of actions that we could be taking on these redeveloped sites. We're focusing our efforts on the research and certain pieces of the outreach right now for the 12 sites, but there's a lot more we could be doing, as a collective to influence what's happening. On the re-envision sites, the moderate potential sites, really we're thinking about that network building, about how do, we have our development consultant that I mentioned who follows LoopNet, which is a commercial property resource, and as sites come online, we need a place for that to land. Right now, we see a strip mall going up for sale, and we're not quite sure what to do with that, right? So how do we get to know the brokers, the commercial brokers that emerged in our kind of interview process as a key piece of the equation, build out the developers who really understand the vision for this. We have a lot of affordable housing developers in our network, but getting to know the commercial developers as well, or those open to commercial development. Advocating for more economic development resources, so really acknowledging that sometimes incentives drive, the development equation, especially when you're trying to push for greater equity outcomes. And there's a piece around supporting community-led capacity. One thing that we find kind of across the board is that there are community-based organizations who have a really strong vision for and hope for what might happen in their neighborhoods. But and what we know is that from other places, Richmond and some other places, that they're using these scorecards to create some structure for participating in conversations about development happening in their neighborhoods. And then again, small business TA on lease review and negotiations. This is something we're actually seeing right now, is that some businesses are reporting that their lease terms are sort of suspicious. They're looking, they're raising red flags for the business owners. And so what do we do about that? If they have a spidey sense that the owners are thinking about that future that might not include them, what power do the businesses have in that equation? The full suite of recommendations includes kind of marketing of targeted neighborhoods, but but I think the key piece right now is really the relationships and having a place for these sales to land, right? With people who understand what we're trying to achieve. Again, full menu includes a lot of other things that we're not going to take on kind of in the immediate. And then this last, the retool sites, I think what we really want to think about is how we develop a property monitoring system over time. Again, with 584 sites in this category, we're not going to be going site by site to explore what's happening, and I think just that's a capacity issue. But I think it would be really great to have a monitoring system to actually, as a collective, to be able to intervene as these sites come online and to be able to plan for it. So I just want to name this capacity piece. PLCC, again, our backbone operation, is very, very streamlined. I'm the only full-time staff. We have, student capacity and such, and Nick and Dr. Howell obviously participate. But, to be able to carry this work forward, we're really focusing on ensuring a continued backbone capacity to do that. Place-based organizations, we also think play a key role, sort of the hyperlocal neighborhood anchors that are already engaged in development conversations in their neighborhoods and could be going deeper on that. And then resident and business organizing is a piece that is going to be key to getting these outcomes for these sites as well. And so there's a capacity building piece that we are focusing on in terms of fundraising and such to get to success with this work. And so just to kind of close out, I think we really need partners in this work. We need folks working not just directly with us, but kind of in those seats of power, thinking about the fact that we all have a stake in the success of the redevelopment that is happening along the Purple Line corridor. Again, you all are really thinking on that long-term time frame. How can the planning board be sort of working with us around that intention setting? And I want to offer that we would love to be working with you to help expand our relationships. Like I said, that's a really key piece of engaging meaningfully in the commercial properties redevelopment. Instituting processes and policies that actually put some teeth to achieving equitable outcomes on these sites as well is something we would love to continue exploring with you. And on that point, I want to name not just the Purple Line Corridor Coalition as a resource, but the National Center for Smart Growth, again, a longstanding partnership with Montgomery Planning. We have a lot of research capacity, student capacity, and great leadership who's really interested in working with you all and other implementation partners, in that regard. We also have the Small Business Anti-Displacement Network as a sister project at the National Center for Smart Growth, and they're doing incredible work kind of unearthing what other jurisdictions are doing around keeping businesses in place in gentrifying communities. And I think there are a lot of innovations that we could be bringing to Montgomery County that we're kind of learning about through that network. So I will close there and open this up to discussion. And our contact information is here, but let me see if I can close out the slides. Okay, I'll just leave it up then. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. This is a wonderful presentation, Ms. Shoma Shecker and Mr. Finio. Good to see you again, Mr. Finio. So I think what you're doing is wonderful. You got a wonderful vision, wonderful goals. It's a heavy lift, to implement it, but it should be implemented. And I think time is of the essence now that, within 2 years, the Purple Line will be up and running and people will start seeing, oh boy, I'm sure it's going to be successful. And so, it would put more pressure on these smaller sites being developed. So one of the recommendations I have is, to build capacity so that you can get ahead of the curve. That maybe I've seen some jurisdictions, they create redevelopment agencies. I know Prince George's has one, just a general, but maybe there's such thing as called a Purple Line redevelopment agency. And that way, as I'm just suggesting, as an agency, you can go out and get funding, a better funding, like at the state level. I know, like many jurisdictions, when they wanted to build light rail or some other major things, they created redevelopment agencies. I know in Denver, we went to ULI when they wanted to really uplift their biotech area. They went and created a redevelopment agency, and it weren't so much that they were buying and redeveloping, but they were helping to put in the infrastructure. And the infrastructure, a lot of the things you're talking about, infrastructure, uplifting the, educating small business people, and maybe it could be you could buy a piece of property to help fund one or two of these that you don't, not the owner, but you help fund. So I would suggest seeing if the concept of a redevelopment, Purple Line redevelopment agency could help you build capacity, hire the staff to help implement some of these things, and also help you do these analysis of which properties could possibly work better than others, and also maybe, help fund developers maybe that want to do it and get repaid back. But I love what you're doing. The goals are wonderful. And I would think that any way you can get ahead of this as quickly as possible would be great.
One last comment, not to hold us up more, but I was looking through when trying to read over it of the policy prescriptions. And so there are some that are broken down within businesses and policymakers and things like that. But as we're thinking through this process and the Purple Line comes online, and I'm thinking of the policy, it would be good, along with the suggestions from the chair, for specific policy recommendations for what the board can do when a site plan comes to us, for example. So we have conditions that we can place upon sites and development and things like that. And then, there's right of first refusal policies in some places and things of that nature. So I think if we're taking from this, which I think is a good way to approach sort of which are the most likely to be, which ones we're most likely to see first, and how and where and which ones are going to be it. But I think it'd be useful for us to see, what do you recommend for ensuring that we spread the benefits of the development along the corridor to the people that we're talking about, remaining in place and not having the displacement along with the investment that's obviously needed in several communities along the corridor. But I think some of that recommendation of like what kind of conditions would we think would be most effective when we look on site plans, what for our master planning, what would be recommended within these areas and things like that. So I think we're coming up to the point of where we, what are the recommendations to the actual policy implementation and sort of rubber meets the road kind of stuff that we get to that point, because 26 to 27 is actually closer than we all think. And shockingly, that's probably going to happen in some of our lifetimes, which would be wonderful to have the train actually moving. But I can think of a few things off the top of my head, but more recommendations and more in depth on that of what we can do to help realize the vision, as opposed to sort of like thinking, sort of part real implementable. That's not a word. Implementable is what I'm trying to say. Policies that we can apply when something comes here before us.
Yeah, I think we would love to unearth that with you. I think we have some knowledge of what some other jurisdictions are doing. But we stopped short of putting some of the specific recommendations in the report because I think they need further discussion. We're also going to be doing like a policy scan, kind of an anti-displacement policy scan in the next year or so, and some of these proposals might be something that we look at. So maybe that's a good point for further conversation.
And I'll just add, our team has been engaged with this work and also with the East Silver Spring plans. We've got some ideas, so more coming.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and apologize for not being there in person. I appreciate the Teams option because I've got a sick kid at home and I didn't want to spread any germs to you all. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Yeah, I just wanted to second everything the chair and Commissioner Hedrick said. I love. I mean, this is such great work as a foundation for what comes next, and obviously it's really important. It's incredibly timely. I think it feeds right into what we are kind of on a values basis, like what we're trying to do in a lot of places these days, particularly within master plans. And so I love the idea of connecting with any master plan that touches or even is close to the Purple Line corridor, kind of really engaging more deeply on some of these, even on, in a site-specific way, and kind of getting more into the weeds of what Commissioner Hedrick was talking about, like what specific recommendations can we actually start to apply? And I think that would be a great practical way that we can really adopt it and kind of codify it in our work moving forward and sort of establish a 20-year foundation for what comes next. And part of that, one of the things I started thinking about while you were talking about these sites is the idea of, we've talked about this, or at least in my head, I've thought about it in sort of other contexts, but, what can, is it possible for us to facilitate versions of like a design competition, an idea competition that could be site-specific? And I've thought about this a little bit in other contexts that are more generalized. But I'm wondering if maybe this could be an opportunity, sort of along the lines of what's already been mentioned, to sort of, how do we sort of start to flesh out in a more real way what we would like to see happen on these sites, to make it, to both visualize it and also sort of mobilize and organize community around what that could be, which isn't to say that, we shouldn't overpromise, of course, because all these are privately owned. We can't actually control what happens there. But I think that some of these pieces might start to fit together nicely. If like a design or idea competition for like a site, a series of sites, could relate to an ongoing master plan we have, like Eastern Silver Spring. And, we can't say, oh, this specific design will happen, but it could inspire some recommendations that the plan could adopt, designating it as an opportunity site, saying that on this opportunity site, we expect these things to happen. I'm wondering if maybe there's an opportunity, whether it's like with University of Maryland students or something that we can consider internally, based on this really good work that's already happened, design idea competitions that are infused with a lot of the principles and goals that you're establishing and sort of intended to both visualize and inspire, but directly inform policy. Maybe that's something that we could think about more. I would love to, at least explore that potential, because I think that there's a lot of good that can come out of design and idea competitions. Most often they're done associated with publicly owned land because we can directly control that. But this really does feel like an opportunity to maybe explore that in more detail, but do it in a responsible way where, again, we're not promising things, but we're trying to inform policy around those sites.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that was one thing. The other thing I wanted to note, I love the idea of place-based organizations. It sounds like you've already been engaged with the Eastern Silver Spring Community Plan, which is great. I'm wondering if, looking over the project team, I'm wondering if like that's something that we should expect to come in some form or fashion. But obviously, that's a great way to give community some ownership and ongoing engagement about what happens there. So I like that idea a lot. And thanks for being here today, and thanks for doing all this work.
Thank you.
Yeah, great comment about the potential design competitions to help spur, and because it's all about getting stuff, done sooner than later, before, while you still have some control of your report is so excellent, going over all the issues out there and ranking the sites and stuff like that. So let's hopefully, you can take it to the next step as quickly as possible. So thank to my board members for their comments, and thank you for coming today, and thank you for Ms. McCarthy for bringing this to our attention. So we're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next session, item number 8, in response to a forest conservation law violation. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Welcome back. We're on item number 8 in response to a forest conservation law violation, Forest Conservation Plan Amendment F 2025-0780, Lot 36, Block BB, Good Hope Estates, 1112 McNeil Lane, Silver Spring, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Stephen Peck of the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Peck.
Thank you, Chair Harris and board members. Stephen Peck, Senior Forest Conservation Inspector, Montgomery County Planning Department in the Environmental and Climate Division, presenting the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment for 1112 McNeil Lane. It's Lot 38, Good Hope Estates. The subject property is located within the Upper Paint Branch Special Protection Area at the end of McNeil Lane. It's in the Cloverly Master Plan area. This is a image from the staff report that shows the location of the property. It's outlined in pink. It's adjacent to the Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park. It's one lot of 3 lots that are in the subdivision. The subdivision's a 3-lot subdivision, which was approved in 1998. It has sensitive environmental features within the area. 2 of the lots are substantially within a 150 feet environmental buffer of wetlands. The conservation easement protects forests adjacent to the wetlands. The subject property is shown on record plat 20568, which established the conservation easements. The applicant purchased the property in 2002. It's didn't mention this, it's in the RE1 zone, so the lot is 40,001 square feet. Approximately 27,000 square feet of the property is within conservation easement. Conservation easement has had violations and encroachments that started from 2004. The Forest Conservation Inspector for the area in 2023 realized there was 2 sheds and encroachments in the area and started enforcement actions, which started with a notice of violation, which directed stakeout of the easement area and stopping of mowing of the yard. And after a period of time, lots of discussions, not much action, also not much path toward a resolution. A citation was issued in 2025. The applicant has submitted this amendment as a path toward resolving the forest conservation violations. The violation areas in this side yard area behind the house adjacent to the Stream Valley Park. And there are 2 sheds. There's a green shed, and then there's a shed behind it. It appears the green shed was built sometime around 2004, and the shed behind was later, approximately 2016, 17, 18, and then rebuilt after a tree fell on it more recently. There was a history of activity that would go from the sheds through parkland, but in the last few years, that seems to have stopped. The other applicable agencies are aware of the situation with the sheds. That includes Department of Permitting Services and Montgomery County Parks. These images on the screen are recent images of the areas of encroachment in the conservation easement. So in May of 2025, the applicant submitted a forest conservation plan amendment that's now before the board, requesting that as a way to resolve the violation, to release 0.09 acres, 0.09 acres of existing conservation easement that's been yard or sheds, and mitigate off-site at a 4-to-1 ratio with 0.36 acres of forest planting provided off-site and a split rail fence along the proposed retained boundary. This staff report was finalized in December 22nd. And this slide shows, in words, what I was just saying about the key items of the amendment. Staff supports the amendment, but subsequent to posting the staff report, applicant reached out requesting modifications to the amendment. Modifications to the amendment are requesting an additional 900 square feet of conservation easement to be removed for a total of approximately 4,800 square feet of conservation easement. The applicant has shown staff where this 900 square foot area is. Staff has inspected it and confirmed it's lawn with no existing forest in the space. The applicant's modification request is to reduce the area off-site from 4-to-1 to 2-to-1 with 1-to-1 on-site supplemental planning. The applicant requests to have conservation easement markers to delineate the easement line rather than permanent fencing. This chart table illustrates what's proposed on the staff report, and then also the current requests, including modifications. In meetings with staff since 2023, the focus has been highlighted to the applicant that the priority for resolving forest conservation law violations is to provide plantings on site, forest plantings on site. With the proposed modifications, 8 1.5-inch caliber trees and 3 3-gallon shrubs of forest planting will be planted on site with a 5-year maintenance management agreement. The modification also is for markers instead of fencing, in part due to old fill at the retained line, which would make it difficult, and also existing trees in the spot where the exact line is, and to support access to the planting areas for maintenance. These are images on one side, an aerial photo image of the proposal from the staff report, and then on the other side, applicant submitted image, plan view image showing the current proposal, which is an additional 900 square feet. The applicant's image delineates a yard area, and there is no forest clearing proposed with this amendment, including the modifications, no forest clearing proposed. To sort of visually see approximately the 900 additional square foot area, it's this area of yard going into an ornamental shrub planted, likely in fill, when fill dirt was put in to the easement area at some point. It includes an old vehicle trailer and some flagstones. I'll now go through proposed changes to conditions reflecting the modification request. They proposed changes to 4 conditions, including a condition number 3, which is about stored material that was in the retained conservation easement. Staff is uncertain with the most immediate modification request if there are still going to be any retained material, stored materials. So this condition, staff is suggesting to retain from the staff report. That's condition number 3. There are conditions, staff recommends amended conditions for 2, 4, 5, and 7, and they'll be presented in the following slides. A new condition would be added to require that any modifications that would be approved or that are approved are included within the certified forest conservation plan. Referencing the staff report, new condition number 2 proposes instead of the 4-to-1 offsite mitigation, it would be 2-to-1. So the new area proposed to be released is 0.11 acres. And with 2-to-1 mitigation offsite, that equals 0.22 acres of forest planting. Condition number 4 would be modified to make it clear that the deed of release for the existing easement could not be approved to be recorded until all the financial security and maintenance management agreement for the on-site planting is posted, the permanent conservation easement markers are installed, and the off-site forest planting mitigation is satisfied. Condition 5 is replaced. On the staff report, condition 5 was for 2 supplemental plantings of 2 oak trees. The current proposal is for forest planting of 8 trees and 3 shrubs with a 5-year maintenance management agreement. These conditions are for posting, getting financial security approved, and getting a maintenance management approved for those prior to any release of the existing easement. Condition 7 is proposed to be amended to permit conservation easement signage instead of fencing at the proposed retained forest conservation area. A new condition is condition 9, which proposes that any modifications, any approvals are reflected on the certified forest conservation plan, in addition to requiring a survey stakeout of the boundary of the retained conservation easement. Staff recommends approval of the forest conservation plan with the revised and new conditions. I know the applicant has a presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. We also have a community member representing the Eyes of Paint Branch, David Dunmeyer, to make a presentation. Or thank you, Mr. Dunmeyer. You have 6 minutes. Please push the button, say your name, and start your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is David Dunmeyer of the Eyes of Paint Branch. I live in Cloverly, a short distance from the Paint Branch. We oppose the proposed Forest Conservation Plan amendment for the following 5 reasons. First, the proposed amendment and conditions do not adequately take into account the uniqueness of the Paint Branch. The headwaters of the Paint Branch are known for their high water quality and habitat. The biological diversity and natural beauty are atypical and are highly valued by many, far and wide. In 1974, the state designated the Paint Branch and all of its tributaries upstream of the Capitol Beltway as Use 3 waters. indicating that the stream possesses the overall high-quality conditions and other natural features that are necessary to support natural trout populations. This was the first stream in Montgomery County to be identified as Use 3. The 1981 Eastern Montgomery County Master Plan identified watershed protection as a major issue. This was the first time environmental protections were defined by the public as a top priority for this area. In 1995, MNCPPC published the Upper Paint Branch Watershed Planning Study Technical Report. This report summarized the work from the Upper Paint Branch Technical Work Group, a body of state, county, and environmental, regulatory, and resource management professionals. These experts played a major role in creating the Upper Paint Branch Special Protection Area, the Environmental Overlay Zone, and the Parkland Expansion Program, with numerous water quality measures, land use restrictions, and impervious surface limitations. Since then, more than 350 acres of parkland have been added to protect sensitive natural resources in the headwaters. In addition, federal, state, local agencies have conducted many stream restoration projects throughout the area to address specific needs. The list of protective measures is long and continues to this day. This level of investment by federal, regional, state, and local governments and the public demonstrates that the Upper Paint Branch is widely recognized as unique, highly valued, and worthy of protection. Consequently, just as these protective measures are above and beyond the norm, the response to encroachment violations in the headwaters of the Paint Branch needs to be above and beyond what would be expected in most streams, especially when in close proximity to a stream, wetland, or highly erodible soils. Number two, the amendment does not adequately address the hydrological or ecological effects of the documented violations. The triangular area defined by lots 36, 7, and 8, as shown in attachment 8, has a swath of erodible soils and steep slopes that runs through the entire area. The Category 1 conservation easement that is recommended for release is within 35 feet of the wetland buffer and 65 feet of a stream buffer, approximately. The illegal sheds rest on poured concrete located in the midst of these erodible soils, which result in increased stormwater runoff precisely where it would do the most harm. The impacts from these illegal actions have persisted for years, and the consequences are cumulative. Number three, the proposed resolution does not define appropriate mitigation or identify a specific mitigation site. The mitigation proposed is off-site planting at a ratio of, it was 4-to-1, now changed to 2-to-1, and fencing, which is now posts at the border to the conservation easement. Further, if no forest conservation banking mitigation credits are available, mitigation is to be met by a fee in lieu payment. Mitigation for impacts to highly valued features need to be pertinent, valuable, and of benefit to the impacted stream. There is no evidence that the proposed mitigation provides any of these characteristics. Further, it is not clear how mitigation by a fee in lieu payment could possibly meet any of these conditions. In lieu payment should be avoided. Number four, the proposed resolution does not adequately address potential on-site mitigation. The only site action proposed is fence and planting. On-site mitigation is much more effective than off-site mitigation. Other possibilities such as micro stormwater management or infiltration should be considered, assessed, and reviewed. Number five, the proposed resolution set a troubling precedent. Approving this amendment would set a precedent that could be used by other violators in attempts to avoid penalties. In the past, violators paid fees, penalties, and were required remediation. In summary, the proposed amendment with conditions is not consistent with the numerous long-standing measures to protect the Paint Branch headwaters, or with previous MNC PPC responses to violations in the Upper Paint Branch. Releasing parkland so that illegal sheds can remain in place does not serve the long-term interests of the larger populace. The documented violations occurred long after protective measures were well established and common knowledge. Consequently, we ask that the planning board not approve this amendment. And most importantly, I'd like you to walk away from this presentation with one point. We believe that a reasonable resolution that is also environmentally sound can be found, but only if you require it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dunmeyer. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, for the record, I'm Stephen Crum with McCree Sanders and Glasscock, offices in Montgomery Village. To my left is Ms. Nancy Harper, the applicant. To my right is Frank Johnson, who prepared the Forest Conservation Plan amendment. Chair Harris, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Staff has amended their report to indicate, most of the modifications that we requested. I wanted to make a few comments. The applicant understands and agrees that the encroachments that in this conservation area are unacceptable, and we are proposing the modified conditions where there would be on-site planting. There would be, but there would still be some release of the areas that have been maintained in lawn since the applicant purchased the property. I want to make it clear that the retaining walls, the wood retaining walls, and the fill were all in place when the applicant purchased the property 24 years ago. If this violation, the only substantive thing to this violation is the acquisition of the two sheds that are in the easement area now, and that they've maintained the lawn since they purchased the property. So if this violation has existed prior to the applicant owning the property. And we don't have a good explanation for why that's the case, but we're testifying today that that is the case. So I don't know whether you need me to reiterate the modifications. Staff, if I heard staff correctly, they've incorporated the modifications that we've requested, and they're recommending approval with those modifications. So I don't think we have much more to present. Ms. Harper would like to make a statement, but if there's any technical questions at this point, we would like to try to answer those.
Okay, great. So we'll wait till Ms. Harper makes her statement, and then the board will discuss this. Thank you.
Is this on and okay?
Yes.
Okay. Chairman Harris, Montgomery County Planning Board, Montgomery County Planning Staff, MHG representatives, and attendees. I want to begin by thanking the Montgomery County Planning Staff, and you see them over here, Steve Peck, Josh Kay, and Christina Sorrento, for their comprehensive report, as well as MHG for their professional assistance. I appreciate the staff's recommendations for approval and the chance to address the board verbally and in writing. Thoughts and comments I'm presenting verbally can be found in more detail in my written testimony that was submitted earlier. I'm Nancy Harper, the current owner of the impacted property at 1112 McNeil Lane in Silver Spring. My late husband, David Harper, and I purchased the property in 2002. Neither the former landowner, who was also the developer of this area, or the realtor disclosed anything about a conservation easement behind the house, which was and has remained sown in grass. We had no reason to suspect most of the backyard, about 3/4 actually, was encumbered with a conservation easement. The physical layout of the property reinforced this understanding. The grassy area is bordered by the house and a stone retaining wall on one side, with a steep drop-off into the existing forest area on the other. Everything about the site conveyed that the lawn was yard and the forest was a forest conservation easement area. At best, this was an unethical transaction, at worst, an illegal one. I believe the non-disclosure from all parties may have been intentional, as we assuredly would not have purchased the property if we had known about these encumbrances. In addition to being uninformed about a conservation easement in the backyard, we had never dealt with a real estate transaction that involved a conservation easement. Trust me, and I never will again either. Further, we had never even heard of a conservation easement. Therefore, we were also ignorant about the purposes and restrictions regarding them. Any alleged violation was entirely unintentional and made in good faith based on reasonable reliance on how the property was presented and sold. It has become painfully clear that neither the former landowner developer, the realtor, Montgomery County government officials at the time, nor the title company fulfilled their obligations, approval, enforcement, and/or oversight regarding this issue 2 decades ago. Now, as a 75-year-old retired widow on a fixed income, I am bearing the financial, psychological, and emotional stress to attempt to correct an alleged violation that other people created that I did not even know about. To satisfy all the conditions set forth in the report by the planning staff, it is estimated the cost could be as high as $80,000, and I'm going to emphasize that. I can assure you the alleged violations were created by other people, and nothing I did, if anything, was intentional. Although there was no willful crime or violation committed, the cost that could be $80,000 is an exorbitant amount of money for an individual homeowner to pay, particularly when the situation arose from non-disclosure and not from any willful action on my part. Further, unlike a developer who can add costs such as these in the sale of land or houses, individuals have no way to recoup these charges. And I'll have to say that the process to develop the amended plan and additional exhibit was very convoluted, confusing, and stressful. As verbal and written comments between Montgomery County planning staff, MHG, and myself evolved, the proposed remediation requirements and cost changed frequently. And it seems to me that there could be 2 different divisions when these situations arise. One for homeowners that's much easier to do and less costly, and one for corporations, churches, and the like. Due to time constraints, the following statements, which are explained in greater detail in written testimony, are condensed and summarized from pages 8, 10, 12, and 14 of the staff report. Statement number 1, and I quote, "At the time of purchase, portions of the conservation easement were already cleared and being mowed," end quote. Statement 2, "Additional forest clearing," end quote. And that was meaning after the property was purchased from the original developer. And my response, there was never any additional forest clearing that either myself or my late husband did. Statement number 3, quote, "The original amendment preserves the required forest area of the conservation easement," end quote. My response, even with the additional conservation easement reduction exhibit, the required forest area of the conservation easement is still preserved. Statement number 4, and I quote, "The amendment balances the need for usable backyard space while protecting the sensitive forest stream buffer," end quote. Statement number 5, and I quote, "Property improvements caused impact to the forest edge, but not to the 0.54 acres of forest," end quote. My response, if this is the case, it begs the question as to why the size and location of this easement was placed on the property to begin with. Statement number 6, and I quote, "The original owner may not have known where the easement was because it was not marked," end quote. My response, it was and is very evident, even just visually, the area in grass should not have been in an easement, while obviously the forest area should. There's a very clear demarcation line. Statement number 7, and I quote, "The mitigation rate of 4-to-1 is higher than normal," end quote. And that's been changed, of course, now that we will do planting on-site and a 2-to-1 off-site. So it feels like, number 1, I'm being asked to pay to reclaim the backyard that we assumed was sold with the initial purchase of the property and without the encumbrance of a conservation easement. Number 2, it feels like I'm being asked to pay to plant trees that were never there to begin with. And number 3, this has been resolved because I'm assuming we won't have to build a fence, but that wasn't issued to begin with. So after all this stress and expense that could be approximately $80,000, the primary personal accomplishment would be to have the backyard unencumbered as it should have been when the property was purchased. I want to be clear, I am not seeking to avoid conservation responsibilities. I'm asking for proportionality, clarity, and fairness, principles this board has applied in good faith in past homeowner cases. Importantly, the planning staff report confirms that the existing forest remains intact, the forest edge is preserved, and number 3, any impacts were inadvertent and did not affect the .54 acres of forest that currently exist. In other words, there has been no loss of forest resources, which I understand is a central goal of the Forest Conservation Law.
Ms. Harper, can you wrap up yours in the next a minute, please? Okay.
Sure.
Because much of what you're saying was in your report, so if
Okay.
you can.
Yeah, I can, I'm just, I guess the summary statement for part of it is that I'm asking for the board to endorse and plan and support all of the points that's in the report, the exhibit, and that Mr. Peck did a fine job at also summarizing and saying that they would support. So in closing, the amendment, exhibit, and modification of the conditions achieve the purpose of the Forest Conservation Law by protecting existing forest resources while correcting an inherited land use configuration that was never clearly disclosed and has caused no environmental harm. Thank you very much for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. So why don't I just start out, could you, two things. One is when Ms. Harper and her husband bought this property, do you know, what should a homeowner have been, what should they have known about the property if they had a forest conservation easement on their property? What is the law, and should they have known about this violation?
Yes, thank you. Christina Sorrento for the record. So all of our easements are recorded in the land records, so they would show up in a title report, but they're also, the state of Maryland requires that conservation easements be disclosed to property purchasers, and so you have to, when you're signing off on all your documents, you have to actually sign off on an addendum that says you have a conservation easement.
Do you know if this was done for this property?
I researched the deed of sale when the applicant purchased the property in 2002. This is Stephen Peck, Forest Conservation Inspector. The deed references the record plat for the subdivision, which delineates and shows the Category 1 conservation easement area on the subject property, and also references the conservation easement agreement recorded in land records.
And so on the plat, which means on the survey, it would have showed that the survey would delineate this conservation easement?
Yes, yes, it would.
When, in 2002, when I think you showed the first, someone submitted a violation, notified of a violation 2003, December 2003, is that what you said on the?
January of 2023 is when notice of violation was issued for the encroachments in the conservation easement.
And did you have any idea, would you have known, was that area, that grassed area there, I mean, like, cause, we don't know who put the grass area there, right? Was that grass area wooded when, as part of the conservation easement, or how?
I started with the commission in 2008. I wouldn't know what happened before that.
The likely reason that it was put into a conservation easement is because erodible soils and steep slopes, when they're contiguous to a forested area, are usually put into an easement. The easement line is pushed out to cover those areas so that nothing is built there.
Okay, so it may have been grass at that time of the easement. Well, the other question, so when did we start requiring fences on, you know, like, and in this case, are we enforcing the fences on all new forest conservation easements, or, and how does that, and if you one were to have markers, what would the markers look like? I mean, like, what does all that look like?
We started requiring fences probably within the last, I don't know, 5 or 8 years, because of dealing with violations where older easements would come up closer to a house. So if we approve easements nowadays on lots where we know it's going to be in the backyard of a potential house, we require it to be fenced so that it's very clear, so that you don't accidentally start taking your mower, into the easement area. So that's why it's been to prevent further encroachment. We found that fences work the best. The easement markers in this case would be the same as what we always require in addition to the fencing, which is essentially a small sign that needs to be out there on typically like 6x6 posts, and it needs to be at every so often of the easement line, and if the easement line turns at all, it needs to be at the corner of the turn.
So the markers would be on posts along the easement line?
Correct.
Okay. Very visible.
Can I follow up on a question there? So just to be clear, for the grass and the mowed area, the non-tree, like, the easement isn't meant to cover trees. It's meant to cover the environmentally protected areas that relate to the stream. So I do want to make clear, and I just want to clarify that point and make clear that it doesn't matter if it was grass or not. It's still an easement area. So that, I believe, is not a relevant point, because it's meant to be an environmental protected area for the purpose of the stream, not just because it's covered with trees. Cool. I
Yes,
just want to
that's
make that
correct.
point.
Yes.
I have a question regarding $80,000. Ms. Harper, I didn't understand, is this recommendation that we are making right now is costing $80,000? Doesn't seem like it. So what was it that the requirement that you were talking about that would imply, I do agree 80,000 for a homeowner is a lot of money, but what is that $80,000 covers?
I'm sorry. The services of MHG to survey, record plots, draw lines, all of the technical engineering, landscaping things, the tree planting. Now that the fence is hopefully going to be, not to have to install the fence is hopefully approved, then that would reduce probably about about $7,000 of that. So it's basically professional services, all the legal recording fees. One recording is $3,200, I think. I had to pay $1,600 just to have somebody here at the county level review the plan. And so, I mean, I could keep on itemizing, but it's all of those things. And if I don't have to build the fence, then that would reduce the 80,000 down to maybe, let's see, about 73,000. But then I still have the on-site planting. I have to pay for landscapers to plant the trees. I think Mr. Peck will come out and show us where they need to be planted. I have to post a bond of, could be as much as $10,000, that I understand once the trees are planted, they can cut that in half. But then I have to pay a maintenance agreement to make sure the trees are cared for 5 years. I mean, there's really a lot to this.
Okay, so and then this additional 900 square feet, even with the previous one, there was still some, is the 900 square feet that grassed area?
Yes, it's the grassed area. Additional grass area. It's not, doesn't have forest conditions in it. It's maintained grass and ornamental plants.
Okay, and then the plantings you want, that you requested on site, the one on site, where would those be? In that grassed area, or where would that be?
Those would be if I could share my screen, I could. Okay, so then I'll go back. It would be, if you can see in sort of the below the area of lawn in this photo, where there's sort of a demarcation, there's a lot of open areas in the retained forest, and there's spots to have trees that wouldn't come up on their own, necessarily, given deer pressure and invasive species pressure, to provide some resilience to forest that remains.
Okay, so I'd like to hear from the other board members, but I'm open to having some on-site planting, some off-site planting, okay? And I'm not really in favor of releasing the open area if you originally felt that that was part of the forest conservation easement area, right? This 900 square feet. I'm open to putting markers there if you feel that was your recommendation, to put markers instead of fencing. Is that what is that what I hear you said?
Yes, that's correct. The markers would support the use of this private property conservation easement area, and going in to maintain the plantings that would be required if approved.
Josh Kay for the record. The original proposal was what the applicant suggested. So outside the original proposal, there was additional grass areas that then was realized, and that's why they added the additional 900 square feet.
Can I ask a couple of follow-up questions on this? I believe you said the sheds were possibly built in 04 and 16 or 18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pulling the permits for those would have required a review of where the easement was, is that correct? Like, if they were permitted appropriately, they should have been taking a look at that, right?
Yeah, Department of Permitting Services would be checking that.
Okay, and it wasn't, do we know on our end if that was indicated to the applicant?
There's no record in Department of Permitting Services website available for to see if on a property, to see what's been issued in terms of permits. There's no record of a permit being issued. So my understanding is it would be falling into a basket called non-permitted, non-conforming.
Yeah. So a couple of things, and then there was another indication within the memo that they were using parkland as a driveway, is that correct?
For a period of time, it stopped. The last few years, no activity, but prior to that, yes.
Okay, and that was not discussed with parks or allowed by parks for use at that point?
It's been reported to parks for any kind of follow-up that they would want to do with their enforcement team.
I'm, if this was one issue of an oversight with knowledge of the easement, I would be more sympathetic, but it seems as if there's been several opportunities for the applicant to have known and been notified that there was easement, and I doubt that each one of those things was missed altogether. I am wondering, this information should have been to the applicant, and I don't think that that either permitting services or Realtor notification and all those perfect storm would have happened, that information was never provided to the applicant, in addition that they're using parkland without authorization. I lean toward making full conformance with the requirements of our forest conservation for this, because there seems to have been several times where they could have had the opportunity to know this, understand it, and understand what they're doing, and they have non-permitted structures. They have been using parkland without authorization. They're arguing that they were not notified during the real estate transaction process originally. I feel as if there were several times for this information to have gotten to them that hasn't. So that concerns me. So I'm willing to work on my concern is mostly the preservation of the stream valley and the headwaters. It is very close to the headwaters Paint Branch. And the easement is meant as an environmental protection, not to preserve grassland for a homeowner in this case. So I have trouble believing that each point at which the applicant could have known of the existence of the easement was missed. And this is my concern.
If you don't mind if I chime in a bit, Allie Myers with the Office of General Counsel. Just because this is, ultimately a forest conservation plan amendment, and this is because of because it is in response to a violation. It's a bit different than others in that we are getting this context and background about the violation. But I want to make clear that the board does not need to find today, and it should not find today, whether or not a violation occurred, when, who committed a violation. This information is provided as background to understand the story of this FCP amendment, but the board does not need to make those findings today and should not be making those kind of findings about the enforcement matter today. But the board is free to, as you're doing and discussing, evaluate the appropriateness of this forest conservation plan amendment.
Yeah, that's my point, is not to litigate whether each of those particular instances would have qualified as a violation, but my desire to be as accommodating as possible diminishes the more I'm getting the indication that there were plenty of opportunities to know the existence of this easement.
So I'd like to hear from the other board members.
Can I make a comment? I'm fine with the staff recommendation as what they have recommended for this violation. I think what is important, and I agree with you, that whatever has happened. We are hearing from the applicant that they wouldn't have done that. Now, right or not, they wouldn't have done it if they knew that it was a forest conservation. That's enough for me to, approve this staff recommendation as they have done. And I do believe that the applicant has already suffered through financially, through what they have suggested that they have spent or they will be spending. At this point, we have to look ahead. And I believe that while we are here, we have achieved that what is ahead of us. Take care of, mitigate the issues is not going to happen. And the applicant has said it, that they're not that kind of a person to do that. And I don't see them to continue doing that. So our job is to move on. And I support the staff recommendation.
I'm not, and I would like to clarify, I'm not supporting the staff recommendation. I'm indicating that the empirical evidence before me is there were at least 4 opportunities for the applicant to learn of the easement process well before 2023.
Okay, let's.
My thought.
Okay, great. I want to hear from the other 2 board members.
Yeah, just a couple of clarifying questions. I think you already mentioned this. I just want to make sure I'm understanding right. You looked at the deed that they would also have received, correct? And that deed did show the conservation easement in place. There was a survey, there was a survey document that showed the easement in place?
Yes, I did look at the deed. The deed as is appropriate, it references the, the land being bought, the legal description of the land, which is the record plat. And the record plat for the subdivision includes the subject property, and that's noted on the first page of the deed when they purchased the property in 2002.
And that includes,
Description or a description or actual?
yeah,
I can get to the first page of it. I actually have it here. This is the first page of the deed recorded among land records. Lot number 38, block number B, known in the subdivision as Good Hope Estates. Land records plat 20568.
So this is Josh K. for the record. Deeds do not
Show the lines.
show that there's a conservation easement on the property. It does reference the plat, which it would be up to the property owner to look at and
Yeah.
study.
but typically, I don't know if we have access to this right now. I don't know if this is part of your inspection. Typically, closing documents will include a survey document too, and surveys presumably do include, if there is an easement on site, they would include the boundaries of that easement. Was there any evidence of that survey document?
Christina Sorrento, I just want to jump in. So we've done our research.
Yeah.
There hasn't been throughout this process of trying to resolve this violation, any kind of back and forth about whether the easement actually is there. So we didn't go in and do the deep dive that we would normally do if we were taking this to you as a violation hearing. Because this was not an issue that we were discussing with the applicant. The applicant agrees that the easement's there. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right, well, can we just one more
Okay,
thing?
please.
Are you done with your?
Yeah, I was just trying to get a better sense of at what point this should have been known. Was it reasonable for them to have known? It sounds like the answer is yes, or it could have been known. It was not an unknowable thing. Yeah, I support as a baseline staff's recommendations for sure. I'm wondering, and apologies if you already said this in the context of your presentation. Did you consider, so it sounds like the recommendation is to release the 0.09 acres, which is where the sheds currently sit, correct? And a little bit of land outside of that, am I understanding
That's
that right?
correct.
So you are recommending releasing that, even though it sounds like these are unpermitted structures, because this was the original proposal from the applicant, and we're trying to work around that proposal, is that right? Or do we have our own internal staff preferences, given everything we know?
I will say that just when handling forest conservation violations in general, we're always looking to bring the property into conformance in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that takes a little bit of give and take.
Yeah.
And when we looked at this, those structures are existing, and the preference of the homeowner was to keep the structures there. And so when we were going back and forth on how we might support an amendment here, we agreed to that.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I think I'm good. So yeah, at a minimum, I think I support staff's recommendations. For things that are, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like these are unpermitted structures, the sheds. Was there a permit issued for them when they were built?
Also, we're not aware of whether a permit was pulled for the sheds or not.
Okay. So this is a very sensitive area environmentally, obviously. Admittedly, I'm torn about whether we should take it a step further and not release the land from easement. If they were permitted and DPS, to Commissioner
Yeah.
Hedrick's point, like DPS did not alert them, I think that's a bit of a different story, because that's another instance of where it wasn't reasonable for them. Like, they have to assume that the government knows what it's doing. And if they did not alert them to, but it sounds like they were unpermitted, and, which is its own thing. We're not trying to find that, obviously, but if that's the case, it's just another instance of, it should have been known. And considering the proximity to the stream, I'm not totally certain that we should release that, but I don't know how I don't know how we feel about it as a group.
Well, we've,
Okay, just one
please, sir.
Great, why don't we just, Mr. Bartley, and then we'll finish up here, and then we'll.
I'd like to thank the board for all the great questions and the staff for the great presentation. And I'd also like to thank Nancy Valentine Harper for her testimony. Based on my own personal experience and the facts that you stated during your testimony, taking into consideration the time when you bought the property and your observations of the property at the time you purchased it, it would be reasonable for you not to believe that there was an easement there. And then finally, as a layperson, when you're purchasing a home and you're not necessarily an expert with regards to reading surveys and you're heavily relying upon the seller, the realtor, and the title company, most oftentimes people are not able to read and glean the information on the survey reports that were prepared by industry professionals who have the licensing and education to derive those reports. So I'm inclined to believe what Ms. Nancy Valentine Harper said with regards to her knowing whether or not there was an easement or knowing that there was a violation of said easement. One of the things that's important is, you know, after the first violation, did she continue to violate that easement? And I'm not satisfied that she continued to violate when she got the first notification. My question to the staff is the current plan to ensure that there are not ongoing violations, and so giving up the portion of the property or the easement, is it to ensure that there's no further ongoing violations?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then finally, is the net remedy equal to what was lost?
If there was no, considering if there was no forest there, I believe so. In doing the research for the hearing and researching it when there was a notice of violation, I researched how the lots were approved. So the environmental buffer extends beyond where the conservation easement is recorded existing. The environmental buffer, so context is important. This is a subdivision that was approved by the board soon around the time of enactment of the Upper Paint Branch. And there was a lot of moving pieces, and one of the pieces, for example, was, oh, they have to do stormwater management within our existing easement. And fortunately, DPS waived that, so that area of forest here has been retained. So what I'm getting at is, given the history of it, I believe it is. If you add up the total amount of plants, 0.22 acres off-site would equate to, per the Forest Conservation Law, 22 trees. And the planting provided on-site is 8 trees and 3 shrubs, so that's 30 trees for an area that is 0.11 acres, where if that were to come in and say it's not forested, that would be, you know, 11 trees and 3 shrubs. So it's, you can see that it's more than if considering if it was just lawn, it is more, and I think it does account for the fact that it is an environmental buffer, and it's a very sensitive area, so the on-site planting will encourage stewardship and provide some resilience.
Okay, so, can I just do one last thing?
Go ahead.
So maybe I misunderstood. I thought that the original proposal, forgetting the one-on-one on-site and off-site, I thought the original proposal allowed to get the sheds out of the easement, just the sheds alone. But you're saying the 900 additional square feet, that's what gets the sheds out of the, you know?
No, that's additionally the grass area.
That's the lawn. So the original proposal was the sheds you allowed the sheds to be in, you took that area out, but now the additional grassed area is the 900. Is that, what I'm understanding?
Yes, so in the original proposal, the amount that was going to be removed from easement would remove the sheds from the easement. And then the remaining grassed area that was going to stay within the easement was where those additional trees that we asked for, the two trees were going to be planted.
Right. Okay, but now they asked for the grassed area to be out of the easement.
Correct.
Yeah, right, so no longer within the forest conservation. Okay, so here's where I am. As we, not knowing the history, but, and that I'm okay with staff's recommendation. I think the landowner has, regardless if it's 80,000 or 40,000 or 20,000, you know, I mean, this is a lesson learned. I would believe that, you know, given the original violation was in 2004, right? I mean, there's...
The initial unpermitted shed was 2004, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but it wasn't, oh yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time to resolve all this, but I would move forward with the staff's recommendations, and I don't know if in the future is anything that, like Commissioner Bartley said, maybe the homeowner does not look at there, but they should look at their plats and, you know, as part of as they're trading hands on them. And there are opportunities to say there are easements and stuff like that. So I don't know how we can make it clear, any more clear, but if there are ways going forward to make it clear to homeowners that there are forest conservation easements on properties, and it's important that they not be violated. Okay.
Chair Harris, if I may ask, which recommendation is the board saying they would like? Because we're getting a little confused.
No, I'm saying with the staff's final recommendation, right?
With the modifications that were presented today.
Yes.
May we see the final modifications that were presented today? Because I still don't understand why we're giving back 900 square feet. I don't understand that, why we're giving back the 900 square feet and not just doing the plantings on site. I appreciate what Commissioner Bartley has said, and I understand the confusion that can happen with real estate transactions. I work with them frequently. But the evidence states more to a pattern of behavior of either not checking the things that you need to check or not, rather than ignorance of the information that's there. I'm particularly disturbed by using the park's land without any acknowledgement of that, plus 2 unpermitted structures that would have keyed you in if you'd used a reasonable builder or contractor. So I'm seeing a pattern of evidence, but I do want to understand more about why we're giving back 900 square feet outside of the original thing. It's grassed or not, why not take it and put plants? During other forest conservation potential violations, we have considered removing the existing structures that are in the easement. And in this case, we seem to have not been considering that at all, despite the evidence provided.
I will say that we have considered many things here. Honestly, every time we meet with somebody who's in violation, we always tell them that the cheapest way and best way to resolve the violation is just to plant within the violated area on the easement, leave the easement the way that it is on site, remove any structures that might be in there. That is always going to be your cheapest solution. You won't have to then come in and talk to all of you here to have anything removed. But, you know, we have to come to a consensus in order to get to this point.
No, I understand that process. I'm saying we've come to this point before with consideration of removal of structures in situations that I believe are similar to, if not less egregious than this one. And so that's my concern here. That's not saying that I'm not willing, but I'm still, you know, I think I'm good with staff's current recommendations. I do want to understand why we're giving back 900 square feet.
Well, staff recommendation at this point is that to let it go. So please let it go. And what I would like to say is that I'm the president of my own HOA, okay? I get a lot of calls from people that trees is falling and they don't know if the tree is falling in their property or the HOA property. There is plat. First of all, deed people read, they don't make sense out of it, okay? That's the language of the read. Even me, that I am engineer, when I read deeds, it's very difficult to put my head around it. Now we go to plats. Plats is going to show the easement. It's going to show the line of easement. It clearly says that what is the easement for. But how do I know where is that easement on my property? There is no way that I would know. I can just, especially it's curved and has all of these lines and there are woods and trees back there. Me as a property owner, not hiring a surveyor, I have to get a meter and go out and get a corner of my property and try to see if I can go straight on 90-degree lines or do this and that and try to estimate of the lines of where that easement line is. So if there are easement, conservation easement on someone's property, okay, and they don't know about it, that I believe her that they didn't know about it. And then you say, okay, go look at your plat, and there is no tree, it's a lawn. Who knows that tree conservation includes erodible soil? So anytime you say forest conservation, you think it's trees there, okay? But if it is just a lawn, how do I know that that lawn is part of the erodible soil? This is not something clear to public.
Well,
It's a line on a survey, isn't it? in
Well,
the
it's a-
plat?
But you have to measure it. You don't know where it is.
But the house, it'll show the house too, doesn't it?
And-
Plat show a house and
and
the
not-
line. So
Yeah, that's why I say that.
And not for nothing,
But a
but
meter and go measure it, and it's not easy to do it in the field to realize exactly where it is. I'm not supporting what they have done. I want to be very clear. But I'm supporting what staff is doing, is that people do violation, we don't want to see it, the violation happened, the cheapest way is that to tell them remove the violation, plant tree and move on. But if there are a structure there that is part of the living, then they are trying, and rightfully so, say, okay, you have done the violation, you have spent the money, don't do it again, but let's see that how we could get mitigation that bring us back as a whole. And this is what staff has tried to do in here, and we are spending 1 hour
Yeah, okay.
say
I-
that why
yeah,
the
but
900 feet
may
is
I-
here or there.
may I push back on some parts of that individually? First, I assume that the shed structures were not built by hand by the applicant. So I assume that someone was hired for that, and that person is expected to know the rules, and that is not an issue of the applicant. That's an issue of who they hired. If you have an issue with that, you have an issue with the person you hired in 2016 and 2004. The second thing I would say here is that we have a staff report, and then we have additional mitigation that I still am not fully comfortable with why we're extending where we're diminishing from a 4-to-1 to a 2-to-1, and we're giving back 900 square feet. I'm perfectly fine with the attempt at mitigation here of the original staff report, not what was presented today. I would prefer that we retain the 900 square feet and that we have a 4-to-1 offsite. That seems to be a reasonable mitigation given both the issues with the violation and what I see to be a pattern. And I have had no explanation for that
Okay, so
pattern.
why don't we do this? I'm going to put out, I'm fine with the staff's report of the 1-to-1 on site and the 2-to-1 on site. You've convinced me that the 900 square feet should, it was part of the original forest conservation, it should stay. So what they originally had gets the sheds out of the forest conservation. That was original point, that's fine with me. But 2-to-1 off-site, 1-to-1 on-site, keep the 900 square feet in the original forest conservation. And then if they have to keep the 900, then they have to move that. They had some structures that they have to move the structures, the concrete pads, whatever they were, not the sheds. Sheds could stay.
There would be like a parked vehicle trailer and perhaps some flagstone that would need to be moved. The sheds are within the original staff report area.
Right. So That would be, I would like to move that as a motion. So staff report, but 2-to-1 offsite, 1-to-1 onsite, remove the 900 square feet stays in the original forest conservation area. And what else was there?
Markers rather than fencing is the other
Markers
piece.
rather than fence.
That's fine.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure of the area that you were talking about.
once you show,
The extra?
Sounds like everything we're seeing on the bottom line there, except the 900 square feet.
Except the additional 900 square
Right.
feet. So everything else stays?
Everything else stays, yeah.
Okay. Well, part of it would be to form a clear demarcation between the grass and the treed area in the forest. And I would like to make one other comment. When we purchased the property, the developer handed me a diagram that looked like an elementary school kid had drawn it.
yeah, I understand, ma'am. You had
that's
that
what
in your present, I read that there, sir. So,
Okay.
okay, so when we, so does everyone understand what we're put out there?
Yeah.
Once you go back to,
Yes, I would like to just repeat it so we're all very clear. And also, I would like the board to know that because if we're changing the amount and going back to just the .09 acres removed, that's going to change the numbers as far as how much planting is going to
Yes.
occur on site. But we
As it
will
should.
do 1-to-1 on site for the amount that is being removed, plus 2-to-1 off-site.
Yeah.
And then we will have the markers, the signage, instead of the permanent fencing.
correct.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'll move for that as our conclusion. We've discussed it.
Second.
Write it up.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. I'm sorry it went so long, but we just want to respect that, you know, when we say forest conservation easements, we mean we want to respect our forest conservation easements, and we felt that we have been enough to give the owner some reprieve on this where her sheds are outside the easement. So thank you so much. We'll take a 5-minute break and start with our next item.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, item number 10, the Cloverly Local Park ADA Access Improvements Water Quality Plan, where staff is recommending approval of the water quality plan. Thank you. I guess we're afternoon now. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Clovelly Park ADA Access Improvements Water Quality Plan, where staff is recommending approval of the water quality plan. And this afternoon, we have Molly Stamets presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Molly Stamets with the Environment and Climate Division. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Board approve the Water Quality Plan number PP 2025001 with conditions. For the Water Quality Plan review process, the approval of water quality plans is required from the Planning Board under Chapter 19-65 of the Montgomery County Code. Planning Board's responsibilities are to determine conformity with all policies in the environmental guidelines that apply to environmental buffer protection, special protection area, forest conservation, and planting requirements, and limits on impervious surfaces. For context, the property is at 900 Briggs Cheney Road in Silver Spring. It is in the northeast quadrant of the Briggs Cheney Road and New Hampshire Avenue intersection. It is adjacent to Cloverly Elementary School and several residential homes, and the subject property is in the Upper Paint Branch Special Protection Area, known as UPB and SPA for short. As you can see in this diagram, the Special Protection Area is there in light green. The existing conditions of the site are shown here. It is 15 acres total and zoned RE1. There's an existing active recreational park with a parking lot, a picnic pavilion area, a playground, 2 baseball fields, and tennis courts. There's an existing forest, stream, and associated stream valley buffer area that is to the northeast. Montgomery Parks, as the applicant, proposes ADA access improvements with this project. ADA compliant walkways are proposed to be built between these baseball fields and the tennis courts, where there are currently none. They will also remove excess parking lot pavement, and with this total impervious surface removal and impervious surface addition, there will be a net impervious surface decrease of approximately 2,000 square feet. Earlier in 2025, Forest Conservation Exemption number 4202511E was confirmed. There is no encroachment or affects the environmental buffer area as part of this application, and the application satisfies the applicable requirements of the Forest Conservation Law, Montgomery County Code, Chapter 22A, and is in compliance with the Montgomery County Planning Department's approved environmental guidelines. So impervious surface restrictions in the Upper Paint Branch Special Protection Area are set in the Upper Paint Branch Overlay Zone. In Chapter 59 of the zoning ordinance, Section 4.9.20.d of the ordinance states that the maximum total impervious surface area for any development in the Upper Paint Branch Overlay Zone is 8%. The section also states that any impervious surface lawfully existing allowed by a building permit issued before July 1st, 2007 may continue or be reconstructed under the development standards in effect when the building permit was issued. Through historical research, this has shown that the development was lawfully existing prior to July 1st, 2007, and imperviousness was originally constructed based on the building standards at the time. The existing impervious surface area today is 1.218 acres, or 8.4% of the total property. This project will decrease the imperviousness to 1.175 acres, or 8.1%. The impervious surface area will be reduced as much as is possible while still maintaining and eventually improving accessibility. All noticing requirements, including signage, have been met, and one inquiry has been received from a community member about viewing the plans. And staff recommends approval with conditions of the Water Quality Plan number PP 2025001. There is one change to a condition stated in the staff report. This is for condition number 3. We would like to change it to, at final inspection with MNC PPC Forest Conservation inspection staff, the applicant will demonstrate to inspection staff that the net reduction of approximately 2,000 square feet of impervious surfaces, as shown on the impervious surface plan, and restore these areas to a fully pervious condition. The removal and restoration of pervious surfaces must be in compliance with the MNC PPC Department of Parks guidelines for converting paved areas into pervious green space. This change aligns with Parks construction process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stamets. I'm in supportive of your proposed water quality plan with the changed amendment number 2, I think it was, condition number 3. So, yep, it's important to have those access ways for easier access to and ADA access to the various segments of the park activities on that site, so I'm supportive. Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Okay.
I'm very familiar with this park. My son and I go out there to practice baseball. It's a beautiful place, and it serves the community well along Brooks Cheney Road. Thanks.
Thank you for your endorsement. So do I have a motion to approve the climate assessment report for the, no, I'm sorry, approve the water quality plan for the Cloverleaf Park, local park with the change condition number 3?
Yeah. I'll move to approve the water quality plan with the condition change.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing those completed improvements. And we'll just take a 1-minute break and then start with item number 12, the climate assessment report for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan board draft. Thank you, where staff is recommending approval and of the staff, receive the staff presentation for submittal to the county council. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, the Climate Assessment Report for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Planning Board draft, where staff is recommending the board receive the presentation and submit the climate assessment report to the county council. So this afternoon, we have Steve Finley presenting the climate assessment report results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to all the commissioners. For the record, I'm Steve Finley with the Environment and Climate Division. I'm joined today by my colleague Bianca Noveno, and we are here to present the climate assessment for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. You should have received an updated version of this climate assessment yesterday afternoon with one change the only changes happening on page 15. The rest of the assessment is as you received it initially. We're going to start off by turning it over to Bianca to talk a little bit about the basis for conducting assessments and the purpose of climate assessments.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon. For the record, Bianca Noveno with the Environment and Climate Division. Like Steve said, I will walk through the basis for conducting a climate assessment and its purpose, beginning with the requirements under county law. The requirement to conduct climate assessments for master plans, master plan amendments, and ZTAs is established in County Bill 3-22, which requires that a climate assessment be submitted to the County Council at least 7 days prior to a public hearing on a master plan or a ZTA. Because the public hearing on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan is scheduled for January 20th, this means that the climate assessment must be transmitted to the County Council no later than January 13th. Bill 3-22 also specifies the information that must be included in each climate assessment. This includes quantitative or qualitative evaluations of the master plan on greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, and carbon drawdown. Evaluations of identified effects of the plan on community resilience and adaptive capacity, as well as any additional recommendations or amendments that could help mitigate any identified negative effects of the master plan. The climate assessment follows the protocol developed by the consultant ICF and planning staff in 2022, including a quantitative tool that was updated last year. Building on that framework, this slide explains how climate assessment is structured and what it is intended to evaluate. The climate assessment compares the potential impacts of the proposed sector plan against potential effects of build-out of the area under the existing approved master plan. Although large properties in the plan area may be lightly developed or undeveloped, development could still proceed under existing master plan recommendations. Areas recommended for increased development in the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan are currently anticipated for development under the 1994 approved and adopted Clarksburg Master Plan in Hyattstown Special Study Area, which allow a mix of land uses including office, industrial park development along with limited residential development. By comparing land use changes under the existing and proposed plans, the climate assessment identifies potential climate-related impacts and informs recommendations to reduce those impacts and strengthen climate adaptation and community resilience. I will now turn it over to my colleague Steve, who will discuss the results of the climate assessment.
Thank you, Bianca. I want to begin by taking a look at some of the input assumptions that were used for the quant tool inputs. These were calculated using some GIS analysis, as well as some analysis from the planners in the up-county division. And so this is taking a look at, this is showing the existing conditions on the ground. The baseline scenario column is really what could happen under the existing master plan. If we did not adopt a new master plan, there still is capacity based on the zoning and the recommendations of the existing master plan to build out. And so we want to recognize that this area could build out to those levels without a new master plan. The sector plan scenario column then takes a look at what the ultimate build out could be under the recommendations of the proposed Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. So the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan changes the focus of development in the plan area from employment-focused office and industrial development to residential development. This change recognizes changes in the office and employment market and the need to address the housing crisis by providing more opportunities to create residential capacity in our transportation corridors. The land use changes recommended by the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan significantly increase the number of residential units in the plan area, with a corresponding increase in vehicle miles traveled. The change will also increase the amount of impervious surfaces in the area. And the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan recommendations will result in some forest loss in some portions of the plan area, and some additional forest protection will also, and planting will occur in some other areas. The amounts of forest loss and gain have been estimated for purposes of running the quantitative assessment, but the exact amounts of forest loss and gain will not really be known until development plans are approved in the future. Plan recommendations for expanding tree canopy along rights-of-way and in parks may result in a slight increase in potential tree canopy cover. So a brief summary of the assessment findings is that staff anticipates that the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan will result in an increase in greenhouse gas emissions. This has been the expected result from every master plan and sector plan that we've looked at since we started doing originally carbon footprint analysis for master plans back in 2008. And the reasons for this are simple. Master plans focus on the areas that have been identified as the places we intend to accommodate the expected growth of the county consistent with the goals of the county's general plan. At this point, Thrive Montgomery 2050. Therefore, these are the areas where we anticipate adding new residential and commercial capacity. The greenhouse gas emissions measurements are based on amount of energy consumed. Adding more people, more buildings, and more infrastructure increases the amount of energy used. And adding more people also increases the number of trips and vehicle miles traveled. As long as the energy that we are using is generated by burning fossil fuels, we will always see an increase in emissions associated with growth. There is also an emission that is associated with land use conversion from fields and forests to development. But this area does focus on a compact, dense, transit-oriented style of development that has been shown in studies to help reduce the per capita emissions. The primary drivers of the assessment findings, excuse me, I think I missed some pieces here. Yes. So staff also anticipates that the new master plan will result in a positive impact on resilience and adaptive capacity. This is because the new plan includes recommendations to address the climate-related impacts of heat islands and increased runoff that were not considered in the 1994 Clarksburg master plan. These recommendations include expanding protection of stream buffers, planting or preserving a 50-foot forest buffer along I-270, and increasing tree canopy. The carbon sequestration, as we've noted before, is largely dependent on carbon uptake and storage in forests, non-forest tree canopy, and other vegetation and in soils. Since the balance between forest loss and gain and the tree canopy will really not be known until development review, staff finds that the impact on carbon sequestration is really indeterminate at this point. Well, there are a number of complicated factors that influence the emissions and climate impacts in the plan area. But the high-level drivers of both positive and negative climate impacts can be summarized as shown on this slide. Negative drivers include the loss of open fields, mature forests, and their supporting soil, increased numbers of buildings and residents, increased vehicle miles traveled, and increases in impervious surfaces. Positive drivers and mitigating factors include relocating Observation Drive farther away from the Cool Brook tributary, allowing better protection of the stream buffer and associated forests, increasing tree canopy and rights-of-way, increased forest preservation along the Cool Brook tributary and Little Seneca Creek, and a goal of 35% green cover based on the net tracked area, which will help mitigate the heat island effect. As noted by Bianca earlier, the Bill 3-22 does ask us to provide any suggested additional amendments to the plan that might help us to further mitigate the impacts of climate on the site. And so we have some here that we have suggested for consideration by the County Council. These are intended to reinforce our resilience goals without adding any specific targets that could complement or complicate implementation.
Can I ask you a question about the previous? I just want to understand the methodology that you're doing. On the previous slide,
yes.
Are you talking about the current master plan at 2045 versus the one that we just sent it to the council? So those
Yes.
are comparing that, what are the differences in there?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, then I have some questions that I ask you later.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We also have some broader goals that could be applied in countywide policies that are also suggested. So these are just kind of refinements. Note particularly the first one focuses on design of the vegetation and tree planting schemes that can look at things like how layers might be incorporated into the planting schemes to help with shade and filtration. The potential, where practicable, to increase forest stand protections beyond stream valley buffers, and providing shade structures at transit stops where trees cannot be planted. And so the next step would be to request the board to give us permission to transmit the climate assessment report to the County Council as an appendix to the Planning Board draft of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan no later than January 13th. And at this point, we would love to hear the board's feedback, questions, and get guidance from you on this.
Can I ask the question? Okay, could you go back? Because I want to make sure that, the way I understand it, I want to make sure you guys get the credit where it goes. On slide 4, if you compare the comparison that you have shown, that you get 5,057 units versus like 1,400 units. So we are like 4.5 times unit that we would have got otherwise, okay? And then when I look at the land cover and the impact, the impervious, it's just being increased by 2%, correct?
Yes.
That's a great achievement, the way that it is. And the forest cover is being increased by 2%. And also the non-forest tree canopy is being increased by 3%. So these are all really good, okay, when you're comparing to what we get and the impact that we have. Now, if you go to the next one, I guess so why is negative impact when we are doing better? And if you go to slide 6, and then again, I think that if you compare, the assessment finding, to me that I'm not as expert as you guys, I think you guys have done fantastic because you get so many units, and we are doing whatever that we are doing. I don't know how you calculate the, the greenhouse, but why is it negative? I think that all the indicators, climate assessment indicators, should be comparing with the one that if we had kept the existing master plan, you're getting more unit and you're doing better. So why we are saying that it's negative? That's what I didn't understand.
Sure, that's an excellent question, and the answer is quite simply that the emissions are associated with energy use. The more energy use, the more the emissions, the greater the emissions. So everything is kind of keyed to, like for vehicle miles traveled, it's keyed then to vehicle miles traveled converts into gallons of gasoline burned per mile and pounds of carbon emitted per vehicle mile traveled. So there's just this conversion factor. So if you have more people driving more miles, they're burning more gasoline, and that's generating more carbon emissions associated with use of the gasoline. If you have more residential units and more people in those, turning on lights, running heat, air conditioning, running their houses, there is just more energy being used, and there's a factor that then takes a look at how many pounds of carbon are being emitted per kilowatt hour of energy used. So it's just strictly a numbers.
Just energy. So
Yes.
it doesn't look into that what mitigation could reduce them. If you increase the mitigation, that helps that this greenhouse effect to be reduced. That doesn't get into account. It's just based on the energy of the buildings and travels, and
Yeah,
with no consideration that you have done mitigation to reduce those?
There are, that again, a very good question, and it gets a little bit complicated, but first, one of the things that is factored in is sequestration. And so there is, when you have a standing stock of vegetation or you've planted vegetation, it's taking up and storing carbon. And so there is a reducing effect, a drawdown effect associated with the plantings. It's relatively minor compared to the amount of energy that's being produced, but it is important. But a number of these recommendations are then kind of designed to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So they're designed to provide shade, to provide cooling, to help cool the urban heat island effect that's occurring from in the areas that are being developed. It's designed to help intercept and slow down runoff and infiltrate that into the water table and protect the streams. So those are mitigating the impacts. But they're not really changing the basic calculations of the emissions underneath. And it's kind of an important consideration because as in the land use recommendations, we're trying to be able to minimize the emissions associated with the developments. And that really is related a lot to things like 15-minute living, the compact, dense, mixed-use development that allows people to take shorter trips to get their basic needs met within a smaller area. The denser units tend to have a lower emission per person, emission per unit than, say, a suburban form of development. So land use is helping to reduce the emissions that would occur in other forms of development by looking at the design of the site. But then there are additional things that really need to happen that are associated with the county's climate action plan that the county as a whole is responsible for. And just as an example of that, one of the recommendations from the climate action plan that was being pushed very hard was to introduce the ability to do community choice energy within the county. That's outside of our purview, but it's an important piece because what it does is allow people to buy into getting energy that emits, that's clean energy, for example. And so those are other pieces that we want to acknowledge that the county has responsibility for, or individuals have responsibility for, beyond what the land use recommendations.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
And just, I was going to say, just to sort of, I think you addressed it in your response to, I mean, a lot of the negative drivers are being driven, or the negative aspect is being driven by the increase in vehicle miles traveled, which is a comparison to the existing baseline of the Clarksburg master plan, not that those people don't disappear if they don't end up in Clarksburg, they go somewhere else. So it's those vehicle miles traveled will exist somewhere, somehow, we just wouldn't measure it if they weren't here. And the most likely scenario, if they're not here, is they're further away. And the vehicle miles traveled then, by that point, would be larger. But if they move to Fredericksburg, we don't measure it, and that looks better on our climate action plan. So I think that it's worth thinking about the fact that a lot of the negative driver is being driven by that aspect, which we're comparing to a baseline of less people within this geographic area. But those people don't disappear if they don't live here, they go somewhere else.
Yeah, and I totally agree, because rather than being in localized area, things like that should be look at regional more than localized to see what is the impact. Because, we can have the land use locally in there, but things that is not really localized is going to be hard to materialize. That's how it's impacting us. I agree with that.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out, Commissioner Pettum, some positives you saw there, and Commissioner Hedrick, but that those folks are going somewhere else and creating a higher impact likely. So what I would recommend, this is a very detailed model, and I appreciate the numbers are the numbers, but the numbers are based on our plan area, right? And it would be great if you can sort of qualitatively, but as a preamble to this, I know we have to get this set, but in this report, because if it's to say that in your, that 80% increase in greenhouse gases and whatever 114 whatever percent in whatever what was saying 140% in transportation related emissions. Well, if it's larger somewhere, all these people are going to create much higher than that somewhere because they're traveling further. We are, as part of Thrive, we're designing this to be this compact, complete community, dense community, multimodal, focused on other transportations other than car too, so that this is a great news that it's only that, and that, so I think because people will likely pick up on those big numbers and say, oh my goodness, you're doing, so I think I would recommend, I'm not with other board members, in your report, you can put in why that your methodology, but qualitatively, this is these folks that are, we're doing what we're supposed to do, right? We're focusing on what we've said in Thrive. And that is, by doing that, this is what you get, but it is a great thing because it would be much, much higher if these same people are traveling from Fredericksburg to again, but if you did a per capita or something, or if you can capture it, I think you will probably see the per capita, you can't do it in your mile, but it would go down. But I don't know if I'll have others speak, but and we don't, the way these go, the way they come to us, it is what it is, but after the report was given, but if you could do that, that would be great before you submit it over to the council. You just need a couple of paragraphs in here that would show that. So that's my big picture comment. Thank you for doing this. It's very detailed, and we have to submit it, but I think you could put it in context a little bit more and would be great. So any others speaking?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said so far. I just wanted to note two things that I think could be helpful to add to this particular one, and then I think with regard to our climate assessments, as we've talked about and we'll continue to talk about, I think we're sort of experiencing a bit of the limitation of what climate assessments can speak to unless we sort of change a bit of our approach and how we communicate, how we evaluate, and do a little bit more of a qualitative look as well. And I wanted to note, I looked back at the language of Montgomery Bill 3-22. It does say quantitative or qualitative. It gives us the latitude to do the qualitative assessment that I think is appropriate, because to what the chair said and what others have alluded to as well, we can only measure what we can count, but we know through research that this form of development, compact, mixed use, transit, proximate, multimodal, access, like all these things lead in the same direction, which is relatively lower per capita VMT, relatively lower per capita GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. There's years of research that backs that up, and although we may not be able to evaluate that empirically in this particular situation relative to where people might move, because we don't know where everyone might move, but we know in a general sense they're likely to move further away, but their jobs may stay in the same location, their social connections may stay in the same location, amenities they may have used may stay the same. So their impact goes up unless we help them stay closer. And so that framing, that context, I think would be helpful in these cases to tee up everything that follows and properly contextualize it. And I think it's a great additional communication tool for everything that Thrive and we are trying to accomplish. Because I think it is very climate forward, very climate positive in a lot of different ways. And you mentioned it yourself, until or unless we get 100% clean energy, development will always prompt an increase in emissions, but that's not inherently a problem because people can live in low impact areas or relatively high impact areas, and we want them to choose what we provide them, right? We want them to choose to live closer and in a compact way. And then in the future, hopefully we'll get to a 100% clean energy place, and then, not that solves everything in the entire world, but at least then we'll also provide them with a better quality of life as well in a compact way where things are closer to them and they can experience all these amenities. Obviously there's a lot of benefits there, but so I think the context is important. And the second thing I'll just note for this particular assessment, if we can be a little bit more transparent about the limitations in the methodology, because I think that, as the chair mentioned, the headline, and I read it this way too, the headline is an 80% increase in emissions, which sounds declarative. It sounds like that's what it is, and I think that, given everything we're talking about, that's an incomplete picture, because the quantitative model can't account for these other things. So if we can be very explicit about what we're measuring and what we're not accounting for, an 80% increase is not actually what it would be. Maybe within the plan area, explicitly in the plan area, but climate change is not limited to this boundary, right? It's everywhere, people exist everywhere, jobs are everywhere, everything's related to everything. So I think we should acknowledge that and again, kind of place it all in the context of Thrive, sustainable growth, what we're trying to accomplish, and we really do think that this plan speaks to a high potential for a climate positive community. But thanks for working on this. I think the quant tool is a great tool, and I know we've talked about this before. Not everyone has one. It's a great tool in the toolkit, and it tells us some things that are useful and some things that maybe we'd be able to talk about in future work sessions if we had access to some of that data earlier on. But it's an input, not the whole picture, and so I think that we have an opportunity to kind of do a little bit more communication around why we assess that this is positive. And I don't think that that's opinion or conjecture, because again, I think this is all very well supported through research, and it's codified in Thrive, so we have the legal basis too. But yeah, thanks for all the team's work, and look forward to kind of continuing to talk about this as we go forward.
So Commissioner Bartley, you have any questions or comments? Okay, so do you have are you clear about what we would like presented?
Yes, I think so. Appreciate the guidance from the board, and
Can I just
we'll
add
work
one
on
more
that,
thing?
and we can bring back the final for you to take a look at if you want before.
Yeah.
I'll review the final.
Yeah, I think we'll add the couple of paragraphs as you have described, and then we'll send that to the chair for review before we officially transmit to the council for you.
Can I just add one more thing? I'm looking at the negative drivers, and I think that we are looking at specifically to this climate action plan that we have. But even the second bullet, increase in housing development and residents, this is what we want, and this is what we are pushing for. And people come here, again, hopefully somewhere else is less. It's exactly very much like increase in annual vehicle mile traveled. We are trying to reduce the mileage. That's why that people are in here. And if they don't come here, they're somewhere else, and that traffic is there. So there should be maybe some kind of asterisk or something that explains that this is not really, it's just specific to this area and not considering the impact to the whole regional area of how it's done. It may, and climate is something that you cannot just look at it at Clarksburg Gateway Plan. Because it's all around us. It's a regional thing. I don't know how big you could count it, but it's regional. And if we just look at it at one spot on one location, it may not give us the right context of what we are looking for.
Yeah, yeah, I could see what you're saying, that, you know, in one way, that's what we want is gonna cause some things that are, you're weighing. You're weighing, yeah. So, do I, make those couple of paragraphs and we want you to get the report out in time so they can be held by the 13th, so no later than the 13th, so we can move forward with our public hearing. The council can move forward with the public hearing on the 20th, yeah? 21st.
Yeah, just for anyone listening at home, the county council's public hearing is at 7 p.m. on January 21st at Rocky Hill Middle School. We will have a briefing to the council on the 20th. So I don't know if we count the day as part of 7, whether it's the day due or the day before due.
Well, yeah, but you'll
on or
be
before the
early enough.
13th.
Yeah, you'll get it in. Yeah, thank you. All right, so do I, from the board, do I have a motion to approve sending the Clarksburg Climate Action Report to the county council with the suggested changes that the board recommend?
Are we going to see the changes?
I'm going to see the changes.
I'll trust Artie's judgment on the changes. Yeah, we'll move to send it with the updates made today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work on this. We really look forward. We're really high on the Clarksburg Gateway sector plan, and we look forward to also the council being high on it too. So thank you so much. And we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break and come back at 20 after 1. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 11, our last item of the day. It's the Shady Grove Bikeway and Safety Improvements Alternative Analysis, where staff is recommending that the board identify the preferred alternative and transmit comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation and the Montgomery County Council Transportation and Environment Committee. So this afternoon, we have Sophia Aldridge presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Sophia Aldridge from the Transportation Planning Division. And joining us today at the table from Montgomery County DOT is the project manager, Cameron McAllister. His boss, Rebecca Park, the Transportation Engineering Unit Manager. And we have a new person here today, Dara Soom, who is the Planning and Design Section Chief, which was a position previously held by Dan Sheridan, who now is the chief engineer at DOT. In addition, Mike Mercado, who is their consultant. They're all here today, so if you have any questions specifically about the project, they can possibly help address some of those. So today, we have a pretty long agenda, a lot of slides, but we're going to basically take you through a sort of introduction to what the purpose of the study is, how we as a department look at alternatives analysis, because this is not mandatory referral. There will be another opportunity, and then look at the options and compare it versus the whole list of things that we typically look at. And that includes looking at the environment, historic preservation, and any impacts to parks. Conclude with a conclusion and recommendations to forward to the two respective concerns. So to start with, Shady Grove Road, it's probably one of the busier county-owned arterial roads in the county. The study area is quite long. I think it's almost 4.3 miles. And it's a pretty busily traveled road, at least on portions of that road. The focus of this was really identified by DOT as part of the Vision Zero Action Plan. This corridor is part of the high injury network. So trying to really focus on developing Vision Zero focused improvements and improvements to bicycles and pedestrian facilities, because some of those higher injury crashes did incur bikes or pedestrians. And as part of their study, they looked at the future transportation adequacy. And this study definitely hit all cylinders, looking at traffic operations, impacts for the bikes, and impacts for pedestrians. Shady Grove Road, today it's a 6-lane divided street. In old terms, this is a pretty heavy major arterial. We don't use that for our classification anymore, but it is, I would say, a very typical 6-lane divided highway in a suburban setting. It is on the county's high injury network, which means that it has a higher than typical crash experience. The speed limit along this entire road is 40 miles per hour. It carries between 20,000 to 42,000 vehicles per day. And it does provide direct access through interchanges to I-270 and to I-370 and Maryland 200. And it intersects with a lot of, just for terminology, we're referring to this road as a north-south road. And so it intersects with a lot of east-west roads, including Maryland 28, 270, 355, Metro Access Road, I-370 and Maryland 200, and Mid-County Highway along its length. So there's a lot of different places where we have quite a lot of traffic movement. So it is a very important corridor. One thing I want to do real quickly is share a mapping tool that was developed by MCDOT. Let me see if I can find where it is. And this is something that through DOT's project page, you can access this. So it's basically a GIS map, and you can zoom around in it, and you can look at the entire corridor, which you can see is quite long. And then you can zoom into a particular location, and I'm going to use this. I also have this in the presentation, but I just wanted to be able to show you this. So this is one of the alternatives, and that's the existing environment. And this is the second alternative. So it was a really good visualization tool, not just for us, but for the public, that they can actually look at this through the website. And along this really, really long corridor, it's a different project in that it's not, most of the projects that we do through mandatory referral are much more confined. This one is quite long, and a lot of the improvements that are being developed are conceptually very connecting. And in that sense, it's a great project. That is, I think definitely something that probably should be done on more projects, but it's great really for looking at describing, what's the difference between one versus another. You can just, flip the switch and then tell. All right. Hold on a second. No. There we go. Okay, so as part of the study, and the study did include a lot of work on developing Vision Zero type intersection improvements, which are detailed in the study. Things like centerline hardening, elimination of channelized right turn lanes, and other safety measures. We didn't focus on that as much. We will come back to those kind of details during the mandatory referral. The purpose of the alternatives analysis is really to guide the decision on which alternative should be advanced. So a lot of our focus was on that. So alternative one, which actually I believe is the applicant's preferred alternative through their process, includes, you can see on the screen, there's a map of proposed bicycle and pedestrian facilities. The red section in the middle, which is on the east side or south side, is a breezeway, and it's over 270. It's actually a separate bridge. If you've ever walked or driven through the Shady Grove interchange, it's not really made for people. It's made for cars. So, we have another alternative that doesn't propose that large of an investment. But this is one where they just said, let's just separate the impact. And it's probably something that should be thought about seriously because, the amount of traffic that goes through the Shady Grove interchange is one of the higher ones, certainly on county roads. They also had improvement, and that breezeway goes from Key West all the way down to the Metro Access Road. And then the rest of the improvements are focused on providing side paths, or in a few places, sidewalks, wider than they exist today. And this design provides a continuous bike and ped facility on the east side of Shady Grove Road for this entire project length, which does not fully exist today. So that's great.
So is this bridge next to the vehicular bridge? Is right next to it?
It would be right next to it.
Can we do that? Is it a space to do that, to do the foundation and everything? Have you checked to see that if it is allowed to have, because there are some restrictions to do that, and I do not know how that impact the alignment.
Yeah, the bridge right now is owned by MDOT SHA. The proposed pedestrian bridge wouldn't be directly next to it. There would be space, 20 feet or 30 feet, to allow for that bridge at some point in the future to be replaced. We do know that whether it's in the short near-term future or very far in the future, there will be plans to do to expand 270 as part of the American Legion Bridge, and then they're looking at going northward. Whether or not that happens, that's a political planning board question. But at some point, that bridge will be impacted. At that point in time, we didn't want to put a structure that was tied to it where the county might put all this investment into the bridge only to have it be reconstructed to accommodate a wider 270 section. So it would be separated, it would be 20, 30 feet away, so that there's enough room for them to replace that bridge and have a totally separate foundation for this bridge going across 270. And the other part of it is, because this bridge is in that kind of 270 corridor, while it is more expensive, by having this in a formal report such as this, it then opens up the opportunity that when there is federal funding, and if they do some kind of modification to 270, that this bridge could be part of that and possibly be federally funded instead of having to use county funds to construct it.
Okay, that totally makes sense. The only thing it is that if it is 20 foot away, what is it going to do to approaches? The approaches right now, do you have space to move the approaches, or is it going to be through a ramp or something?
There actually is quite a bit of room on both sides. The ramps that come to that interchange, so it has kind of those slip lanes where the ramps, they come in and they start maybe 100 feet away from the bridge. So if you're going, say, northbound on Shady Grove and you're trying to get on 270, that ramp starts very far away. And that's part of the main conflict points for this intersection. It's very, very dangerous. You have to cross these slip lanes, then you get on the bridge, and then you're crossing another slip lane when you're on the other side. I think in total, there's 6 conflict points just to get from one side to the other. The bridge, you essentially take it to the point where now there's 0 conflict points. It's essentially the only way to possibly have, a 0% chance of collision, because now you're no longer on the bridge. It is more expensive. I think it aligns itself very well if there's an opportunity for federal funding associated with the 270 widening. If that happens, again, that's another question, a whole other planning process.
Okay.
But by having this, you have that opportunity.
One thing I want to add is that, the American Legion Bridge project, which used to be called the Managed Lanes Project, did include concept plans of bridge reconstruction. So we do have concept plans that show where SHA thought, at least their consultant thought that a new bridge would go.
But that's the road, not the bikeway. You're talking about the road.
About the road.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so we have to plan for the road and, yeah. All right, the next option, option 2, and I'll just say it's a less expensive option because it doesn't involve this bridge, but it does provide a lot of the similar benefits. It does provide, it provides an at-grade crossing of 270 instead of the pedestrian and ped bridge, and it also provides continuous bike and ped facilities on the east side, similar to option 1. And it provides what I would call more consistent bike and ped facilities on the west side. I think maybe that's somewhat to compensate, but I think option 1, and I'll just toggle back here, you can see it's a little variable because there are existing facilities, and it looks like option 1 didn't improve all the locations that had, some pretty decent facilities today, whereas option 2 really looked at making things more consistent with our new standards. So you can see that they're 10 to 11 foot side paths on the entire part of option 2.
So option 2 uses the existing bridge?
Uses the existing bridge.
And it is 10-foot path on each side to accommodate it?
It's, I'm not sure, it's 10 foot on the bridge? Yeah.
Okay.
With no buffer, but, it's a bridge.
Okay.
All right. This was my little demo in case we had technical difficulties to just sort of demonstrate the ArcGIS tool that this project has. Just sort of showing how you can show different kinds of features. So as part of our work, we started off comparing the 2 options. What are some similarities? And this table is kind of presented to have the same things next to each other. But a lot of the things that I talked about already are really sort of distinguish each of the alternatives. The one thing that option 1 does that option 2 doesn't do as well is the provision of separated pedestrian facilities through the breezeway section. The idea of a breezeway is it's a major corridor for both bicycle and pedestrian movements, but the idea is typically in a breezeway to have a separate bike facility and a separate pedestrian facility, usually separated by some kind of buffer. And it would probably include places like the Capitol Crescent Trail, places where we know we're going to have a lot of both commuting and recreational activity. As part of our analysis, we looked at all of the travel modes. So the first one I'm going to talk about are the pedestrian level of comfort analyses. This is based on methodology from the pedestrian master plan. The consultant looked very carefully at each of the options, and these are pedestrian level of comfort scores for the existing conditions on both sides, east and west, and then option 1 and option 2. There's just a lot of color in here, but I think what's important is that today, the existing conditions for pedestrians is not good for a large part of the corridor from Key West headed west. Within the Darnestown to Key West, it's actually not bad today. And with the two options, option 1 really shows a dramatic improvement in both directions. Option 2, not as much, but it's still, I would say, still a very good, I would say, to me, it's an acceptable alternative because it does a lot of good things along the corridor. Next, they looked at bicycle level of traffic stress. And this one just clear as day. That part of the purpose of the project was to try to improve the bike facilities, and this does it easily. Both alternatives show up pretty well. And just a reminder for both of these, bicycle level of traffic stress and pedestrian level of comfort, it's typically on a 1 through 4 scale. And they have different terminologies, but I think 4 for bicycle is undesirable, and 1 is very comfortable. Now, looking at the roads, the car side of things, as part of their study, they collected a lot of traffic data, and they sort of grouped the corridor into 4 different segments. The first one being Darnestown to 28, which is kind of like most of the Great Seneca Plan area, and then 28 to Gaither Road, which includes the 270 interchange, and then from Gaither Road to Crabs Branch Way, and then Crabs Branch Way to Mid-County Highway. And as you can see, traffic volumes can be quite heavy in some of these sections. Definitely the northern part of the corridor from Crabs Branch Way to Mid-County Highway carries over 40,000 vehicles a day, which is a lot of traffic for any multi-lane highway. Next, the team looked at the existing and proposed traffic operations at the 21 signals along the corridor for both the morning peak hour and the evening peak hour. And by and large, the focus of the improvements for this study was very much the difference in the options is really just bike and ped. A lot of the intersection improvements, a lot of the same kind of improvements were selected for both. There's only a few places where there's some slight differences between the two, but in general, the Vision Zero improvements, I think are improvements that are not really considered as an option. It's an integral part of the project. So that they're being proposed. And those are things that we could potentially dig into more as part of the mandatory referral to actually look at what the benefits of those are, because all of them come with costs. So a couple things to note as part of this. The entire corridor, based on the growth and infrastructure plan, is in a bunch of different policy areas, and there are different congestion standards. And we highlighted whenever a congestion standard is exceeded, which I believe the only location is I-370 and the Metro northbound ramps, Metro Access northbound ramps. With the proposed project, it goes from an existing evening peak hour level of service, let's see if I get this right, of, I think his table is shortened. Something's missing. Oh no, here we go. It goes from, it actually goes from a quite low level of service, a good level of service to level service E. The congestion standard there is 58 seconds, I believe. So, definitely I would say for the mandatory referral, they're going to need to sharpen their pencils and look at that intersection and figure out how we can meet that standard, because that is required as part of any kind of redesign effort. And the other location I wanted to note is that today, the intersection of Shady Grove at the I-270 northbound ramps operates with quite a long delay, level service F, and with the project, it goes down to level service C. And again, at this point, we haven't really looked at exactly why it does that. It's probably something that should have been done, could be done even today, but it was a significant improvement. So as part of our analysis, we also identified other project impacts. Between the two alternatives, the number of trees removed, a lot of trees, but very similar. The number of utility poles impacted, almost a 2-to-1 difference. So certainly option one is more impactful. That's likely a place where significant costs occur. And then property impacts, that looks like 50% higher. There is quite a lot of right-of-way within this corridor in general. So this is, this is a pretty good corridor to improve because it's been master planned well. The right-of-way through here is actually in pretty good shape.
Are these private properties? We have to purchase it?
At this point, I think it's undifferentiated. I'm sure they know, but it would be something that they would have to look at in more detail later. I don't know if you want to.
But the question is that can they build it? Do they have to go to eminent domain or what? What kind of property they are? That's important.
Rebecca.
Go ahead.
Okay. Rebecca Park, Transportation Engineering Unit Manager. So at this concept stage, we're looking at the temporary construction easements from the adjacent properties. Just like any other CIPs, there's a process to go through until the eminent domain. Right now, our plan is to acquire temporary construction easements from the adjacent properties as needed.
One thing I will mention is that there is one development parcel along this corridor that may be reviewed by the board soon, which I think is somewhere near 355. And certainly there could be opportunities for developer contributions along that section. A very important comparison is looking at the project costs. The project costs shown here, again, are provided by the 4 segments that I talked about earlier. And you could see how it was basically broken out pretty geographically in terms of roughly equal distances, but also similar characteristics. And we have a base cost for each of these, and then we have contingency, which at this stage, concept level is 40%, and then total costs. And so the difference, option one is over $57 million. Option two is about $42 million. So a pretty big difference between the two. And you can already see some of those things, utility poles and a pedestrian bridge. That's probably the difference.
For the record, David Ansbacher, Division Chief. I want to highlight the main difference in cost is in segment 2, where that bridge would be located. So the potential ability to get that funded by as part of an I-270 project, would be a good route to go. Otherwise, segment 1, 3, and 4, they're pretty comparable.
Yeah, that's the bridge is the bridge is the key here. That's really what we're talking about. Whether is a contingency of 40% typical for projects like this? I'm not a transportation project person, but 40% contingency is standard.
Yeah, this is, 40% is the contingency that we put on project at the concept stage,
Oh, so it's,
concept level.
okay, so
And
as you go through
it decreases as the design
as
progresses.
the design narrows down to what's actually going to be. Okay, gotcha,
Correct.
gotcha. Appreciate it.
Actually, we use 50% at this stage. What about the pole locations? Because the pole locations are very different also. It's about twice. So those are very expensive also, but I don't see the difference anywhere there for those poles.
I think that's included in the base cost and probably mostly in segment 2, but also maybe slightly in some of those other locations. If you think about the difference between the alternatives, one is providing 11-foot side path or 10 to 11-foot side path, option 2, and in that roughly the same space, but a little bit more. Option 1 is providing a 16-foot wide breezeway. So there's 5 additional feet, and there's only so much right-of-way. So running into a utility pole at one place or another, the wider your design section gets, the more likely it's going to happen. Yeah.
The pole cost is also not as significant. A lot of times with prior rights, Pepco has to move it on their own cost. The disadvantage mainly with the poles is the time, because the time it takes for Pepco to come out and move their poles, that is a more significant time than actually paying for a single pole and having to move the wires.
All right, so now we move on to master plan consistency, which is something we always do as part of our capital improvement projects review that we do for mandatory referrals. And we started with the bicycle master plan. A lot of bicycle facilities. And so what I've highlighted are some inconsistencies between what is master plan and what is proposed with each of the 2 options. So the inconsistencies are shown in bold red typeface on this map. As you can see, option 2 has more inconsistencies. And in large part, the reason for that is because option 1 builds a breezeway, which is the master plan facility. So I'll go through some of these specifically. So the first one is that between Darnestown Road and Research Boulevard, 2-way separated bike lanes are recommended on both sides of Shady Grove Road, and that was done with the recent Great Seneca Plan. So thank you for that. It also included a road diet on Shady Grove Road from 6 lanes down to 4. And the idea is that the separated bike lanes at some point in the future would be built in the space vacated by the currently outside lanes. So neither option looks at that. And so, we identify that as an inconsistency. The next inconsistency between Key West and Mid-County Highway, the bicycle master plan recommends a breezeway facility on the east side. Option 1 provides this, but only between Key West and Metro Access Road. Option 2 does not provide a breezeway at all. It does provide a variable 10 to 11-foot side path, which, we do have some breezeways where the master plan vision is a side path. I would say breezeways are still relatively new in the county. In general, if we designate a breezeway, ideally we would like the full dual mode facility, but realizing that costs and budgets are tight, so we have to I would say option 1 does actually prioritize where to provide the dual mode facility and where not to. Some other inconsistencies between Corporate Boulevard and the I-270 northbound ramps. The Great Seneca Plan recommends a side path on the west side. And option 1 doesn't provide bicycle facilities on the west side. And the reason they don't do that is because they're putting all their investment on the east side. Not a judgment on that, it's just not consistent with the master plan. And then finally, between Crabs Branch Way and Briardale, the 2021 Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment recommended a sidewalk on the west side. However, both option 1 and 2 do not provide either a pedestrian or bike facility on the west side. If you drive through this section of the corridor, this is probably the most highway part of the corridor. And so I would say would we like to see it there? Yes. But I would say we're happy that a consistent improved facility is being provided on the east side.
Can you define facility?
Facility would, to me, is, if we're talking about bicycles, we're talking about, either a separated bike lane or a side path. And if we're talking about pedestrians, we're talking about a sidewalk or a side path.
You're not talking about like a water station?
No,
or
no.
pump station or anything? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm very transportation focused, so. All right. Another master plan consistency issue, and this has to deal with the breezeway. The image on the left shows what was conceptualized in the study, which was 2 5.5-foot bike lanes, one going in one direction, one going in another, and then a 5-foot sidewalk adjacent to that. And again, breezeways are a relatively new concept in terms of implementation. But what we've been finding is that having some kind of separation between the bike facility and the pedestrian facility is really important, especially for people with vision impairments. So what we're recommending is actually a modification, which is to make the bike lanes narrower, to then provide a buffer between the sidewalk and the bike lanes, and actually to make the sidewalk 1 foot wider. Because 6 feet is our county standard. So we're compromising a little bit on the bike facility. There are a lot of 8-foot wide cycle tracks in the county. 5.5 feet in each bike lane is our default standard, but often we find we don't have the space to do that fully. And here we have a location where we think this is a better compromise because it addresses the separation between those modes and allows room for things like some kind of tactile surface so that people with vision impairments don't walk into the bike lane.
And that's a
which
good
would not be
question.
good.
On your drawings, when you show the separation, you show vertical separation. Is it truly one section is, like the 2 feet, is that really like 6 inches above the one, and then are the bikes, is between that and the buffer really 6 inches below? I mean, or it's just shown that like that on a plan? I just want, is it truly a vertical separation, or?
Actually, I think maybe Dave.
Yeah, I can take it. There's a lot of ways to do these things. And, during more detailed engineering, I think the project team would get into that. I think what we're trying to do is make sure that that the separation between the bikeway and the walkway is clear for everyone, including people that might have visual impairments. And so there's lots of ways to do that. Doesn't necessarily have to be raised, but there can be a differentiation.
I was just asking because I was thinking, like, when you did, and I won't interrupt you anymore, but when you have that vertical separation, then you lose the opportunity to have some spillover if you wanted to. You could still have that 2-foot striped or have some little, but if it's on the same level,
right?
Does it give you more flexibility? But from the transportation point of view, I mean, you guys have realized you need the vertical separation so one doesn't spill into the other. But I was wanting to, it's a plus in one way and maybe a minus when you try to narrow the bike lanes, right, in case of.
Yeah, I think that's the main minus. I mean, the modes on this kind of facility, they're intended to be separated. When these modes intersect at protected intersections, the bike lane typically has a stop bar. So bicycles are supposed to yield to pedestrians. So, there is a method to the madness. One thing I will mention is that 2 feet is the minimum width for a buffer. If the buffer for another, breezeway was wider, you actually could put trash cans, park bench, all sorts of things within that space to help provide facilities for the pedestrian side of things, which would help, yeah, but. No,
Well, I have a question here. The section on the right is actually from Breezeway, is from our master plan. Because frankly, I think when I look at the one on the left side, for me, that feels safer for the bikers. Because if I'm a biker and another biker, and I'm on a breezeway, and I'm going 10, 15 miles on the breezeway, and I just have 4 foot with one vertical curb, and I have to pass each other, I would be scared. But if that if I have 5.5 feet, then I can easily go. But if you want to recommend the one on the right, I agree with Chair Harris that buffer, if it is elevated, it creates hazard for the bikers. 4 foot is not enough to pass each other in 10 miles, even 10 miles per hour. Breezeway is supposed to be breezeway, okay? But it's unsafe. If it's two-way, in my opinion, it's unsafe.
Yeah,
So
so
I think the
two-way travel at 8 feet does enable sufficient space for passing. At 11 feet, that provides a little bit more space. It actually would allow 2 people bicycling side by side to be passed by someone coming in the opposite direction. But 8 feet is sufficient, and we have that all over the county. That's what the majority of the asphalt paths in Montgomery County are today. I do agree there's some limitations of the software or the app that produced the image on the right. I think we wouldn't have such a sharp curb there. It could be a rolled curb, for example, that could allow what I think Chair Harris is saying for spillover. Maybe people can on a rolled curb have a better ability to ride up and down the curb as needed.
Yeah, and in fact, we'll be coming back towards the end of the month to talk about another bikeway project on 16th Street in Silver Spring, where we do have a design that is also 8 feet wide with a buffer with a rolled curb. So we'll have a better graphic that we can use to talk to that.
So you really think that the one on the right is safer than the one on the left? Because I'm sitting here, my gut's telling me the one on the left is safer than the one on the right for both travelers.
From the pedestrian perspective, the image on the right is much safer. All it takes is someone walking along on that sidewalk. Let's say 2 people are walking in one direction and another person's coming the other direction. Someone steps aside to let them pass. The next thing you know, somebody's in the bike lane and a bike is traveling at 15 miles an hour. Doesn't have the ability to stop in near enough time.
Yeah, my bike go on 15 mile an hour opposite each direction. 8 foot is not breeze fast through each other. I don't know how safe it is.
All right.
Can I just add one quick thing? I think that the 5.5-foot lanes are also helpful for people who want to bike together, side by side. A 4-foot lane, I mean, it can certainly happen. It's just, and people do it, because you're right, like, that's most of the paths that we have right now. But, biking is also like a social activity. People want to get out and do it together. I think that some bikes are also getting a little bit bigger with different types, and handlebars are getting wider as like we're moving away from, anyway, without getting to the weeds. I think that side-by-side riding is just easier with the wider lanes. That I take your point that any buffer is always going to make it more comfortable for pedestrians. But it's also a much different experience being passed by an average speed of, 11 or 12 miles an hour on a bike than 40 miles an hour in a car. And I'm not convinced that that the level of stress is going to be significantly higher without a buffer next to bike lanes, especially considering that, I mean, hopefully many people will use these lanes. But a lot of the time, people will be walking without bikes coming by too, and so they'll already have a pretty wide buffer from the motor vehicle traffic further, into the road. So on this particular point, I think I would lean a little bit more in the direction of the proposed option 1 from MCDOT.
So I think what the board is focused on right now is recommendation number 2, and we can come back to this, but what I think we're hearing is maybe we don't want to make a comment at this point. We certainly don't have to make a comment at this point.
Yeah.
And MCDOT, as this study progresses, can consider in greater detail how they want to allocate the 16 feet. Where the board could just say at this point that they don't want to get into the details at this time.
And Dave, we don't have someone from the bikeways program from DOT, but the whole detectable surface between facilities, I know that's a sort of an emerging field in bicycle design. So I would think that people at DOT are looking at that and trying to think of how to provide that and do it effectively. All right, moving on. As part of master plan consistency, we certainly always look at the master plan of highways and transitways. And one major inconsistency is the number of through lanes assumed on Shady Grove Road between Darnestown and Key West Avenue. Currently has 6 through lanes total, 3 in each direction. But its master plan is a town center boulevard with 2 through travel lanes in each direction. And that was a change that was implemented as part of the Great Seneca Plan. And I will mention that the Great Seneca Plan also master planned the proposed bicycle facilities, which were changed from essentially a side path to two-way separated bike lanes. In addition, Shady Grove Road between Darnestown and Mid-County has master plan target speeds of either 25 or 30 miles an hour. Generally, the Great Seneca Plan was 25 because that's our newer standard for this type of facility. And the Shady Grove Plan, which was done in 2021, used 30 miles an hour. The posted speed limit is 40 on this entire road. The consultant did do speed studies, and people do travel at pretty high rates of speed, congestion permitting. But they are proposing in either option 1 or option 2 to narrow lanes and make some improvements that we think will lead to some slightly lower speeds. And as always, we advocate for the target speed, but any improvement is good. So another focus of the actual study was to ensure that whatever improvements are made, to recognize that there are dedicated transit lanes that are master planned on Shady Grove between Research Boulevard and the Great Seneca eastern boundary, which is somewhere near 355. And while this project isn't proposing to convert the existing lanes, I think some of their improvements in terms of the travel lanes, they made sure that the outside lanes were wide enough to carry transit, and there's existing transit services that use this road today. This section of the corridor is the section that now carries, I believe, the pink route, which is enhanced bus, and will likely continue to do so in the future. Other transportation improvements, when looking at the Complete Streets Design Guide, we looked at consistencies with some of the default standards in those guides. And for a town center boulevard, of which this road is for most of its length, and it's a boulevard, I would say in the higher speed northern part of this corridor, the default side path width in the CSDG is 11 feet. So therefore, there's an inconsistency wherever a 10-foot side path is provided. 10 foot is quite good. 11 feet provides a little bit more flexibility in terms of people passing each other. And side paths are also dual mode facilities, so you can have bikes and pedestrians at the same time. So having that extra foot, it is our default standard. And we do mention here that option 2, if you made it 11 feet consistently, it would be slightly better.
But could they do that? Was it the issue of the right-of-way?
They showed the right-of-way, and I believe they could.
Well, that's something to think about, because I have some comments I tell you at the end, but that's something. I just didn't know it's feasible or not.
Remember that option 2 is, so the breezeway, which is option 1, is 16 feet. This option 2, this is just 11. So it's less. So it would fit in right now with.
Well, it's 11 feet for most of the corridor, but there's the southern part of the corridor has, on the east side has 10-foot lanes, 10-foot side path, and it could widen by a foot. Yeah. The next comment we have is that, as part of building the bikeways program, MCDOT puts in protected intersections wherever there's separated bike lanes, buffer bike lanes, or usually conventional bike lanes, and that was recommended in the bicycle master plan. I think at this concept level, that detail wasn't shown, but it will need to be considered as part of the design as things move on. That actually would be something that would factor into the contingency, because providing a protected intersection requires more separation and a little bit more design to try to focus on minimizing conflicts, not just between vehicles and these other 2 modes, but also between peds and bikes. And you can see in the graphic, the pedestrian space is shown with the white dashes, the bike space is shown with the green dashes, and there are usually places where those two modes cross. And it's important, the protected intersection tries to protect all the modes and do it well. The next comment, and this isn't necessarily that the project doesn't have this, it's just that this is a very early stage of their design. But we do have a street lighting design requirement that is an MCDOT standard, and we would just want to encourage that to be provided for all of these pedestrian and bicycle facilities to provide adequate lighting for safety and security reasons. We did do an environmental review as part of this. And again, we will come back when we get to mandatory referral. My guess is that we might not be coming back for one mandatory referral, but several, because this is a very long corridor. But environmental staff looked at the project, and a couple things. The project will need to conform to the planning board approved environmental guidelines for environmental management and development in Montgomery County. The project is currently within the Upper Rock Creek watershed, a use class 4 designation, and the Watts Branch and Muddy Branch watersheds, a use class 1-P designation. I can't tell you what those actually mean, but there are different things that they look at in each of those, and we will continue to monitor that, and we'll have more detail as we move to mandatory referral. The potential environmental impacts of the project include forest and individual tree removal and stream valley buffer impacts, which should be minimized to the greatest extent possible. And as I will get to in a little bit, there are some impacts to Montgomery Park's land as well. And a natural resource inventory is needed to determine the formal limits of environmental buffers, streams, and other sensitive features. And as I presented earlier, they've already looked at where they're likely to have tree impacts, but they're certainly going to have to look in more detail. What kind of tree is it, and then how do they replace it? On the forest conservation side, the project is subject to Chapter 22A of the Montgomery County Code, which is forest conservation law, and must either submit a forest conservation exemption request or a forest conservation plan. What we have been experiencing at the mandatory referral stage is that most of the times transportation projects are exempt. They get an exemption pretty easily. But sometimes projects impact properties that have existing forest conservation plans. And at that point, we have to come back and ask for an amendment. So we're trying to work through that process to facilitate it. And when we get to that stage, we will identify those kind of issues. There is a forest conservation plan associated with a previous mandatory referral, and this forest conservation plan will need to be amended for the proposed bike facility between Crabs Branch Way and Metro Access Road, as well as for the Metro Access Road slip lane and sidewalk removal. Next, historic preservation took a look at this project. And I would say, if you drive the corridor, everything seems relatively new. And not surprisingly, there is no master plan, locational atlas, or national register listed or eligible sites that would be impacted by the proposed work. There are a number of resources that have been previously surveyed along the corridor and determined to be not eligible for listing on the National Register. And there are no additional sites along the corridor have been recommended for designation in either the Great Seneca Plan or the Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment. Historic preservation staff recognize that, I probably should have talked about the location of this corridor in relation to the cities of Gaithersburg and Rockville. There's a section of this corridor where Rockville's on the east side and Gaithersburg on the west side. And the county is responsible for the road in between. Yeah. We have a few situations like that, and when that happens, the road stays in the master plan highways and transitways because we don't master plan streets in those cities unless there's a maintenance responsibility. Historic preservation staff looked at the city of Rockville, which, the corridor improvements on the east side, especially in the southern part of that was within the city of Rockville. They did not find any, did not appear that there's any historic impacts along that section of Shady Grove Road. All right, Parks Department, we do have staff from the Parks Department, so if there are questions, they can speak to this. But they looked at the study. Their conclusion was that both options developed have similar impacts to parkland and include minor permanent impacts to the Mill Creek Stream Valley Park on the west side of Shady Grove Road, and impacts to Mill Creek Stream Valley Park on both the west and east sides. The proposed limit of the northern terminus of the project stops at Mid-County Highway. And what they noted is that Mill Creek Town Local Park has an access point on Shady Grove Road, 500 feet to the north. And just, this will lead to a recommendation, which is, let's make that connection. And then the other comment provided here is that extending the shared use path on the east side to link up provides better connectivity. In addition, and this is sort of a pre-mandatory referral comments, some of these are standard comments that Parks Department does as part of their park construction permit. Some of these would be comments that we wouldn't transmit to T&E. We would transmit this to the applicant to let them know, to make sure you come back to Parks as part of the park construction permit process. So in conclusion, staff strongly recommends the selection of option 1 over 2 as the preferred option. Although option 1 has higher costs and more utility pole and property impacts, it is a more comprehensive design of pedestrian and bicycle facilities and more adequately meets master plan and Vision Zero goals. Option 1 provides a grade-separated crossing that eliminates conflicts between vehicles and people walking, biking, and rolling across the I-270 ramps. Option 2 ramp crossings, while improved, remain at grade, on both sides of the street. Option one would actually eliminate bike and ped travel on the west side of the I-270 interchange. Option one generally provides a substantially higher pedestrian level of comfort than option two, except where highways are removed. So there are places where option two provides a better pedestrian level of comfort because they have a facility, whereas option one does not. Couple more things. Option one generally provides a substantially lower bicycle level of traffic stress than option two. And part of this is the proposal to implement a breezeway. Option one is preferred from a master plan consistency perspective because it constructs the full breezeway for a significant distance, so it's more consistent with the 2018 bicycle master plan. And we do note that traffic and tree impacts do not differentiate the two options. And as I mentioned, Vision Zero improvements that were proposed at intersections also do not differentiate the options. So our recommendation is to advance option one as the preferred option. As part of that, we have a series of recommendations. The first set of recommendations is for the Council Transportation and Environment Committee, because as the end of this study, DOT has to go to T&E, present the findings, and then hopefully get funding to continue into preliminary design. So our recommendations would be to advance option one as the preferred option, and then in option one, modify the breezeway between Maryland 28 and Metro Access Road to include 8-foot wide two-way separated bike lanes, a 2-foot wide ped bike buffer, and a 6-foot wide sidewalk. That is the recommendation that might be, that certainly was up for discussion, could be modified. Recommendation 3, modify option 1 between Darnestown Road and Key West Avenue to reduce the number of through travel lanes from 6 to 4 and repurpose the space to construct two-way separated bike lanes on both sides of Shady Grove Road, consistent with the 2024 Great Seneca Plan. Number 4, consider lowering the design speed of Shady Grove Road to 30 miles an hour, which is not, we actually have target speeds of 25 on some sections of road. And then, and in other places down to 25, to be consistent with the master plan highways and transways. Option 2 is the less preferred option of the two evaluated. However, as I mentioned previously, if option 2 is selected, consider providing a consistent 11-foot side path on the east side of the road. Seems like from the plans, it's easy to do. It would likely not impact additional utility poles. It's only a foot difference. Recommendation 6, include protected intersections at all signalized intersections where the project identifies separated bike lanes, side paths, and breezeways. Recommendation 7, provide pedestrian scale lighting at appropriate locations to meet MSDOT's streetscape design requirements, which again is a recommendation that we're providing that they're probably planning on doing anyway, but we're providing it. And 8, consider extending the side path on the east side of Shady Grove Road north of Mid-County Highway to connect to Mill Creek Town Local Park and the existing paths within the park. And those are the 8 recommendations to forward to the T&E committee. We then have recommendations to forward to Montgomery County DOT, the applicant. And the first one is that any work impacting parkland will need to be reviewed through Parks Concept Review process for park construction permit, and will require an approved park construction permit before work can begin. And any right-of-way conversion would need to follow Parks real estate process and be approved by the Montgomery County Planning Board at mandatory referral. Right-of-way conversion and appropriate mitigation or compensation must be identified prior to mandatory referral. Those are some pretty standard comments, but we felt it was important to just raise that would be a separate transmittal that we would send as part of this, this review. And that is the end of our presentation. And left some time for discussion and testimony if we have any, and I'm not sure that we do.
There's no test. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, MCDOT, for this vision for Shady Grove. Also, the mapping tool is really cool. You can be able to show the existing and the proposed options. It's visual is so important, so thank you for doing that. I just had a couple questions, comments, and then I'll pass it on to my other board members. I think I heard you say, Ms. Aldrich, that the MCDOT prefers option 1, 2. Did I hear you say that?
That is what I said. Maybe the project manager can speak to that?
Yes, Project 1, Cameron McAllister, project manager, but option 1 was the preferred alternative between the two. And to kind of piggyback off a comment that was said earlier, on the shared use path for option 2, the reason why it was significantly smaller than the breezeway, there were more right-of-way impacts, and we were trying to keep the costs lower. So for the purposes of this study, that's why the side path, I mean, it does vary with the consistency of having 10-foot versus 11-foot, because in those spaces where that side path was recently construction due to developers building out there, they currently have 10-foot side paths built, as well as the impacts to utilities did tend to go up when we try and widen that and adding the breezeway. So we focused more on, if we were going to widen that side path, to go ahead and add the breezeway, because that's what was recommended in the master plan. So if we do widen that side path for option 2, we're going to look for cost impacts that are kind of leaning more towards option 1.
Okay, a couple more comments. So do you have a sense of the timing? If you did option 1, this is how long it would take to design and build, and this is option 2. This is how much, if each could be fully funded.
I'm going to try to answer some of that, and then maybe Rebecca can address that. This is a very large project from the DOT's perspective, and right now, budgets at the county are pretty tight in general. And if option 1 is selected, it involves a very major structural facility, a ped bridge, a bike ped bridge. So this is likely multiple projects over many years, focusing on things to build first. And that would focus on places where the high injury network has a lot of bike and ped crashes, but also where we get the most connectivity benefits from building the facility for bike and peds. My guess is that the bridge would likely be the first thing to do, which is not picking the most expensive option is usually not where you go. But in terms of getting the cost benefit for what you're doing, providing, if you look at 270, where can bikes and peds cross safely 270? I know the Millennium Trail, I think, is on Goody Drive. That's at grade. I wouldn't want to ride a bike down Montrose Parkway and cross 270. I mean, there are a lot of places. There aren't that many places. There are some great separated places like Tuckerman, but most of them seem to go over, and it's very difficult for bikes and peds to make, to transit across that area. So that's my thought. This is probably multi-year projects.
But I'm saying, I'm trying to put, it sort of depends on, to me, how long do you really think this can happen? Because if you have to wait for the bridge to go to do any of it, right? But you have more certainty that you could possibly do the whole project without the, I'm just trying to figure out, and if you did the other part and then didn't do the bridge, and then you wait for the, so are all those things being considered about which option you go forward with? I'm just trying to, and yes, I like option 1. It's more expensive. I don't know how much more time it'll take to build. I don't know how much more time, and if you have to wait until 270 is widened or not widened, so if you go ahead with one plan and you could be sitting on your books for.
So we really haven't really looked into which how we didn't think we didn't discuss the time, the duration of it, because, with this level of scale project, we anticipate building this by segment. I mean, the reason why this corridor breaks down into 4 segments, because each segment has a different characteristics. So, I mean, as Sophia said, we will be implementing this project in multi-phasing wise, and in terms of the not knowing the future of the bridge, and not knowing the time frame. I don't know. I mean, it's really flexible. Anything is possible at this point.
Would you do option 2, Breezeway, if you thought that you could not get the bridge done? It could be 15 years. I mean, like, I'm just trying to, but don't you have to think through those things, whether in order to go through one option or the other, Or no, I don't know.
Well, one way that we could do that, because I totally agree. We don't want to have something that goes on the shelf and it stays forever. But when I was reviewing it, because I really like this project, but I just don't see option 1 comes in my lifetime, okay? I live there, and I use my bike actually along Shady Grove Road, and I want to see this project built. So I'm looking at option 2, okay? It's using the existing bridge. It's providing on both sides. So we really don't need 16 foot on one side that the bike go on both sides, because if you have the side path on both sides, they can go. The question is that if the alignment of the breezeway, okay, let me put it this way. If option 2 could be built with the idea to be converted to option 1, if federal reality comes in and we could get the bridge, at least it is a possibility of some sections of it to be built now, and then they get connected, you get it on both sides. So could we have a third option, okay, that includes option 2 with the idea that when the bridge came, it would be converted to option 1. That way, we don't have to worry about that, okay, if the bridge, we don't get the bridge, this section, and we just have segments, even though if you spend, because it's $40 million, is even option 2, the cheapest one, okay? You do sections, and with the section option 1, you never get those other sections built, but they don't get used. You say that the existing bridge is, by the way, I did the widening. I was at the DOT when that bridge widening came. That bridge, if it allows to be used now, so you have something in our lifetime. The possibility that I see it while I'm still able to ride, it may, I don't know, it may come in. But with option 1, I don't think we're going to ever see it.
If I may, as was mentioned, the project is broken into 4 segments because the project is so expensive. Yes, we would all love to see this bridge built, but I do want to highlight that I think that some of the segments have independent value. Segment 1 has a ton of value. It's a pretty long segment. It's in the heart of our life sciences area, and where there's a lot of development activity, and we're trying to convert the area into a downtown. The segment 4 is in the Shady Grove area. It would provide greater access to the metro station. So I guess what I'm trying to say is $42 to $58 million is a lot of money, but segment 1 is in the $2.6 to $3.8 million range. Segment 4 is in the $7.5 million range. That's still a lot of money, but those are more
just think
doable.
about it.
But it's
Yeah.
not 48.
But just think about it. If section 1, you said how much it is, say again?
About 2.5 to 4 million.
Okay. So 4 million, if I can get the side path on both sides and just by itself without other sections, it's more benefit because it's on both sides.
So I actually have one question, maybe Cameron, you can help with this. I mentioned that Shady Grove Road is on the high injury network, but I'm not sure that the entire study area is in the high injury network, is that correct?
So the sections that aren't in the high injury network start at, I want to say after Metro Access Road to Mid-County. That isn't in the pedestrian high. It gets more comfortable in that section. So that section right now is more comfortable, even though the speed of vehicle travel is a little higher in those sections. There typically there's more of a buffer between traffic besides where noise walls are, and once you get, especially once you get closer to Midtown Highway and the park that was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of pedestrian comfortability there. And there were recently some crossing improvements at Mid-County Highway as well.
So one thing to suggest is that the board could decide to provide a recommendation that talks about the need at the next stage of design to look at both long-range and incremental improvements to ensure that that something is built and it provides meaningful benefit, more immediately.
Well, I think that, I mean, in fairness, I kind of like the way it was laid out too, because we're thinking about this as that, we could talk about section 1, segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, segment 4 as individual projects, but we're trying to look at this as an overall transportation piece, even if we can't build it all at one time. I do appreciate that 50 million is a lot though, but the things that we spend $50 million on that are not safety features. But we're looking at it as an integrated whole that we can break up, and as to your point, into segment 1, segment 2, that are in and of themselves useful pieces of this overall transportation project. So I actually think that that's a useful way to look at it, even if it's, I think to the chair's point, not a $50 million CPI like spot that's holding up a whole bunch of other things. We can break this piece up, or we can think about it in sections, but we are designing and looking at it and commenting on it as part of an integrated whole, if that makes sense.
It sounds like for the 3 of the 4 segments that are not the bridge, so segment 1, 3, and I think it's 1, 3, and 4. Option 1 is, it seems pretty clearly preferable and also not extremely more cost per hit, like not an extreme jump. Like that's really where segment 2 introduces the, what was it, $11 or $12 million more kind of bottom line there related to the bridge. And yeah, to that point, I'm wondering if there's a way that, and also kind of what you said before, like, can we express a preference for option 1 for 3 of the 4 segments in the short term? In the interim, is there an interim condition for the bridge where we can tie in the other segments temporarily, still in a safe way, but in a lower cost way, using the bridge, using the existing bridge, if and when other federal money becomes available related to whatever future project may happen, at least the other segments will be prepared to tie in so you don't have to completely retrofit an option 2 to meet an option 1. Because the other segments are pretty, it's both sides instead. It's different, but if we can prepare the edges to connect in the middle, if and when the time comes, maybe that's an alternative. And I know that introduces the idea of like, oh, now we have to what is an interim condition? What does that look like? You have to do some design around that too. But I think we have to be, honest that 270, if the bridge is really tied to 270 getting expanded, like that mega project, that's a long way off. It's going to run into a lot of resistance, including potentially here at this board in some ways. I'm just speaking personally. And I don't like the idea of tying a safety and multimodal project to infrastructure that, in my view, we should not be doing much more of in the future. making it contingent on that doesn't really feel great, and it also just pushes the safety can down the road in a way that's not fair. And whether or not there's any agreement about the 270 expansion anytime in the next few years, that's just the starting point. Then they have to design. Then they have to get their ducks in a row. Then they have to construct. I mean, this is 10 to 15 years minimum away. And I don't want this project to, to what, Commissioner Petawim said, it's not fair to ask this project to wait. So is there an alternative where it's like 3 of the 4, option 1, interim condition option, or segment 2, that we could explore?
I certainly think so. I mean, I think to me, the major difference in segment 2 is that option 2 tried to provide facilities on both sides of the street, whereas option 1 focused on just one side of the street. And I think that difference in focus is preferable. It's providing a better facility for bikes and peds in general. There are a lot of, all of these crosswalk and ramps, it is a hazard trying to cross at those places because drivers are driving fast and they're coming off the ramps or headed to them. So if we can limit where those interactions take place, as part of an interim improvement, preference would be to do it on one side, not both. And if the long-term solution is not to keep it on the east side, the interim solution should be try to improve the east side as much as possible.
So we could, if the board wants to go with option 1, or I guess even if it doesn't, we could add a recommendation that says, in any event, proceed with improvements, safety improvements on the east side at the interchange, at the ramps.
Yeah, and one of the things, I neglected this in my presentation of the project, one of the really basic things, which was this project, Shady Grove Road has bike lanes, on-street bike lanes, and this project, one of the first things it did was took away the bike lane and moved that activity to a side path or a breezeway. That is really one of the major parts of the project, was really to separate that conflict. So even if you, with both alternatives, on-street bike use will not happen. It'll be separated regardless of the option selected.
Can you put up the 4 options? And I just wanted to be clear. I would love to move forward with option 1. I mean, option 1 is the preferred option. I mean, we're just bringing up some.
It's 2 options, 4 segments. 4 segments.
Yes.
Which one did you want to say? You said 4 options.
Oh, I thought they were the segments, the options 1 and 2. Were they on the same one with the different segments, the 4 segments of each?
The different prices?
Yes, yeah, with the alignments, I mean, whatever. Well, the price, you can do this. But my point is that I'm for the option 1 and then all those various, but being clear that can it really, I don't want to hold up option that because if for a widening of, or the concept of widening of the 270 and for the people to think about that. And so, I mean, it's T&E's final decision and the MCDOT's final decision, but it's just a thought here, right?
And I think to just clarify what I think Dave was trying to get at before with the fact that these are going to be broken up into different projects,
Right.
different segments, that you can go with option 1 and not delay any more the segments that don't involve the bridge.
Right.
So
I'm okay with that.
those 3 other segments can go forward at the same, potentially at the same speed, whether it's option 1 or option 2. It's the piece with the bridge that
Right.
is going to be different.
But this is the issue that I have. And that's why I ask for a hybrid or another alternative, because assuming in a good world, we built the 3 sections, but not the 4th section. And those 3 sections operate, and we have a missing section in between for a long time because it has a big cost. So I ask that can they come with a hybrid option? If your option 1, I like it on both sides, but I definitely can live to have it the way you said for the reason that Sophia just brought it up. but then we cannot really transition to use the existing bridge. We are missing something. So I would like to see a hybrid option that, like what Commissioner Linden just suggested. Is that possible? Maybe we do, when it gets to the segment that is the bridge, for the time being, we have it on both sides that get connected and somehow cross people, or shift the lane on the bridge and create on this side that we can connect to the existing bridge until the day that we could get that bridge. I like to see that option.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that.
Okay, great.
So, and again, I will be coming back at the end of the month to talk about the 16th Street bike lane that's being proposed by SHA in Silver Spring. That project is actually a two-way separated bike lane that would be a road diet on one side of the road, not the other, and provides two-way bike travel. So to me, there definitely could be a interim condition that puts a bike facility across the bridge through the intersection, maintains the existing sidewalk for pedestrians, so it achieves the idea of separating those two modes, and provides a higher capacity facility for bikes as well, which can be controlled through signals. So I think that's a great, just sort of a great concept.
Because right now, it looks like there's 4 lanes. I guess one of the lanes is for getting onto a ramp, going at least in the east direction. I assume probably in the west direction too. I mean, it feels like there's room to take some space in an interim fashion for what that describes. Obviously, work to be done figuring out how that looks, but.
And remember, option 2 is not just the bridge. Option 2 is, it encompasses a larger section. So you could do the alternative, option 1 in segment 2 up until the bridge, and then at the bridge, do we have for option 2? The only thing you would lose in that case is you wouldn't have continuity of the dedicated bike lanes. But as Mitra mentioned, you would still then have a 10 or 11 foot wide across the bridge, so you would have something as opposed to what you have now.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's exactly what we are looking for.
So it seems like there's a few ways that this could be worked out, and maybe there's a general comment that says, if the project is constructed in phases, ensure somehow that there's connectivity across I-270. We would have to wordsmith this, that's not quite right, but I want to try to capture where I think the board is.
Yeah, and we can't fully, you know where we're going, and so we just don't want it delayed because they can't do the bridge, right? And so you wordsmith it how you want to do it, but we want things to happen in the county quicker.
Yeah.
And that's the residents, the residents.
Well,
we approve things, and because of funding, they're so delayed, right? So we want to see how can you do things on an interim basis.
May I ask one more question? Sorry, one question. This is not something that you need to answer now, but I'm curious, because I know that when we talk about going over and around 270, I mean, it's a giant barrier for anything. It's not a car getting across. Even if you are a car, it's going to barrier getting across. But I have used the bike and pedestrian option that's a bridge. It's got the chain link cover that goes over along West Montgomery Avenue that goes along there. I am curious about how those were. We do have some, you mentioned a couple of ways to get across, some small options that are sort of like what we're proposing in option 1 on that bridge. This is not so much a cost question, I guess, as a construction and operational question is how did we achieve those at the time that they were built? And I don't know anything really about that history of getting over on West Montgomery, but how did we get those when we got them? And what did we do to get? Is that Millennium Bridge?
I know all the history of that.
Well, then I just should ask Mitra, and I don't know
Yeah,
why.
that was built by City of Rockville.
There you go.
And when I was at the county, we reviewed it, and it took a long time. And it's a beautiful bridge and very costly.
Yeah. Well, this is what we've got a few spaces around, but we're to the chair's point, we're proposing a lot of things that are really that are really good. And we've designed things, and we're talking about the trade-offs between what we can and can't do with this. We've got a couple, your bridge over Veers Mill is one that always pops up in my head, Mitra. Millennium Bridge, I'll just talk to her in a minute, then don't come back to me with that. But like, we've got a few examples, but they all don't seem to be they seem particularized, right? They're in a particular place at a particular moment. How do we regularize this, and how do we think about actually, achieve, to the chair's point, either achieving a thing or getting across, a way across? And I don't know the answer to that question I'm just trying to ask. We do have some things, how did we get them, and how can we replicate that?
It was mostly federal, those bridges, they were federally funded with some matching county or local fund that they had. So again, it comes back with federal funding.
Well, this is I'm afraid the answer to my question is yes, it's federal funding, and B, there ain't no federal funding. And there isn't gonna be, or at least not in the areas that I work in. So what is our option to address these issues, assuming that our federal funding is going to be flat or diminishing over time?
We have these transition options.
Which is a little bit beyond the scope of now, but sorry, just a question I wanted to.
Okay, so let's wrap this up. Let's go back to your, we have to decide, there's some other pieces there, don't we?
Yeah, if we could bring up the recommendations. Okay, just to summarize, I think the board is generally supporting option one. You wanted to add one or two comments that talk about not delaying the project and that it might be phased, but we also may need to make sure that people can safely get across I-270. But I think it's option two where there might be some discussion. Or, sorry, recommendation number two up here, where there might be some discussion.
So there was a lot of discussion about the proposed breezeway cross-section that staff was proposing. So this is the recommendation from staff. For your consideration, we could delete this, we could modify it in any way.
I think we were leaving it up to MCDOT, but we thought, I thought that was what we were saying.
So my recommendation would be, to delete recommendation number two at this time and leave it up to MCDOT to develop as design proceeds. You all have a chance to review that at mandatory referral.
Right. Great. You want to go to number
Let's move on through here.
Was the board okay with recommendation number three? That was repurposing 2 lanes on Shady Grove Road.
I am not, but I understand. I don't know if it's really needed. If it DOT, that's something that I leave up to DOT because I know that area. It's traffic there. And I leave it up to DOT if they believe that they can do that.
Yeah. So going back to the data, the ADT was about 22,000 vehicles per day. That's a 4-lane road. So from our perspective, you can repurpose that section. To the north, there's a lot more traffic, 40 to 40 plus thousand vehicles, and that's probably a 6-lane road.
Yeah.
But in the southern segment, we think it could be done.
I'll go with staff.
I know, but it's still the hospital is there, and Falls Grove is right there, and the hospital is expanding. So I don't know.
Well, and I would point to the last part of the sentence here, for consistency with the 2024 Great Seneca Plan. Recently, just adopted a year and a half ago by the county council. It's kind of setting direction in the prioritization of this for the county.
I would recommend being consistent with our recommendation in the 2024 Great Seneca Plan.
All right.
I don't know but it's.
Okay. Moving on with recommendations 4 through 6.
This is lowering the speed.
Lowering speeds. We have the comment about option 2 that if that's moved forward to make that width more consistent. Include protected intersections at all signalized intersections.
Correct.
Moving on, provide pedestrian scale lighting at appropriate locations. And the last one, consider extending the side path on the east side of Shady Grove, north of Mid-County Highway to connect to Mill Creek Town Local Park, which is honestly a really easy win, and the existing paths within the park. And those are the 8 recommendations to send to T&E. And then the other 2 recommendations are to send to the applicant, which is just sort of reminding them that when they come back for park construction, there are some requirements that they're going to need to follow. And we will essentially do another review when we get to mandatory referral and repeat this. I think the parks property are all on segment 4.
Great. So I think that if that's
I guess
it.
the only other thing would be, as part of the recommendation for option 1, we will work in appropriate language based on the discussion today about interim and potentially even not delaying the project for essentially an interchange improvement. In other words, coming up with something that's more immediate to interim implementable.
Great. MCDOT, any parting words here? Okay, all right, great, thank you. Thank you for coming. Board, do I have a motion to approve sending staff's report with our suggested changes to Montgomery County Department of Transportation and Montgomery County Council Transportation Environment Committee?
I'll move that we transmit the comments with the additions and edits for what we said today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Thank you for, this is an important proposed bikeway and pedestrian way. Thank you so much for your hard work in it. And this ends our planning board meeting for today, and we'll see you next Thursday. Thank you.